led by His Excellency the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, accompanied by the Finance Minister, Minister for Roads, and the World Bank Country Director. Please rise. Let's rise, please. Thank you. What's up? All right. We also have Ms. Eva Mens, Chief Director, Ministry of Finance, Alhaji Dr. Abbas Awolu, Chief Director for the Ministry of Roads. These are all important functionaries at the program. Okay, sorry. Please sit down. Please sit down. I misunderstood the sign language. You know, when you have all these operatives giving you signs, wearing dark glasses, so forgive me. But I think it's good to acknowledge a few people. So, Ms. Ivament, it's good to see you. Thank you. We look forward to hearing you in the panel. Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, Minister of Finance, is also here. Dr. O'Brien, thank you for coming. Welcome. Please sit. We still see a lot of busy activity at the entrance. If you are not a security functionary or an usher, please get a seat. We still have some spaces to my right, so you can come inside. Thank you very much. All right, now we can stand. Now we can stand. Please rise. We welcome His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Please put your hands together. Accompanied by Minister of Roads, Honorable Asenso Boache, MP for Bantama. We remain standing for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. So those were the asphaltic voices. Asphaltic voices. I'm sure their chief director will explain where they got the name from. We want to respectfully bring up the Reverend Nathan Amoakun from the Victory Bible Church to lead in the opening prayer. Please put your hands together for Reverend.
Shall we rise up again? We pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, we have every reason to say thank you. Every cause to appreciate you. This is your doing and so marvelous in our eyes. Here we are, oh God, to have this high-level expert panel discussion. You are the experts. We invite you into our midst. Come and take your seat and push us forward. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. May we take our seat, please?
Thank you very much, Reverend. Please put your hands together for the man of God. So we are here at the 50th anniversary launch of the Ghana Highway Authority here in Accra, Ghana, on the theme for a very important conversation, a high-level panel discussion that they have chosen to look at closing the financing gap in road infrastructure development in Ghana. We want to acknowledge some of our key functionaries. We want to first acknowledge the keynote speaker and Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Thank you, sir. We are also very happy to have the Minister for Roads and Highways and also MP for Bantama, the Honorable Mr. Asenso Boache. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have the Minister for Finance and MP for Karaga, the Honorable Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam. Thank you. We're privileged to have the head of the World Bank for Ghana and the region, Dr. Robert Talisiero O'Brien, also here with us. We are privileged to have a very big group of experts from financing and infrastructure sector who will be delving into the issues. I just want to run through some of the names so we are aware of who's here with us. We want to acknowledge Sheila Enyonam Achia, who is from the AFDB. We are happy to also have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Roads in the person of Engineer Dr. Abbas Mohammed Awolu here with us. Of course, the Chief Executive of the celebrating institution, who I will call up shortly, is in the person of Engineer Dr. Collins Donko. Let's acknowledge him. In many ways, he's the host of the program. I'll call you up shortly. But as I said, this is a panel discussion, so just to acquaint ourselves, a few more people. Privileged to have Professor Kwame Addo, a development architect who will be joining us on the panel as well. Please acknowledge him. We are privileged to have the hard-working Chief Director, Ministry of Finance, Ms. Eva Esaba-Mens. Other panelists include Senior Lecturer UGBS, Dr. Lordina Amwa, here with us. And we are particularly pleased to have a Paramount Chief of Pishigu, who is the immediate past CEO of Stanbic Bank, now Dr. Al-Hassan Andani. We are sincerely grateful to you, sir, for making the time to be with us. When we heard that this program was happening on the 7th of August, we wondered whether, because it's exactly 4 months to elections, and because in most communities they say no road, no vote, the Highway Authority chose today, a very auspicious day, 7th August 2024, to do this wonderful program. For answers to that and more, please help me welcome the Chief Executive Officer for the Ghana Highway Authority, Engineer Dr. Collins Donko, to bring us the welcome address. It's a long walk to freedom. Please keep clapping.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I haven't got the PhD yet, but the Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Minister for Finance, the World Bank Country Director, distinguished high-level expert panelists, chief directors, heads of agencies, managing directors and chairpersons of construction companies and consultants, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am highly honored and pleased to welcome you all to our high-level expert panel discussion on the topic, closing the financial gap in road infrastructure development in Ghana. Today's program is part of the activities outlined this year to celebrate 50th anniversary of the Ghana High Authority. Half a century of providing safe, reliable, trunk road and related facilities in Ghana. Today's topic and discussion is carefully chosen to encapsulate one of our most significant challenges confronting road infrastructural development in developing countries: finance. Your Excellency, Africa Road Network accounts for over 80% of transportation of goods and people. In Ghana, the percentage is 95, reflecting the preponderance of roads in our transportation system. Despite the significant contribution of our road network in Africa to economic development and social cohesion of its countries, about 53% of the continent's roads are unpaved. It is estimated that more than 50% of African rural population have no access to all-weather roads, with about 85% of the road network in poor condition. With an estimated annual population growth of 2.37%, African countries like Ghana faces significant challenge in scaling up investments in road infrastructural development. We need to find innovative financing models to help us close the yawning gap in our financing road infrastructure development without overburdening the Ghanaian taxpayer with excessive financing costs. Traditional sources of financing are insufficient. Development partners perceive uncertainty and high risk ratings affect availability and cost of funds. Public-private partnerships have been attempted, but with limited success. The search for sustainable and affordable financing models must therefore continue if we are to grow and sustain middle income status. I am confident that our high-level expert panel will provide compelling insights for unraveling this challenge. While we seek innovative means of financing our growing infrastructural development needs, we need to pursue development appropriate local paving materials and methods that reduce construction costs and deliver comparable global quality, reliability, and safety on our roads. Your Excellency, practices that significantly reduce the lifespan of our roads, such as overloading, dumping of waste in drains, vandalism and stealing of road appurtenances, construction of substandard speed humps, unbridled and unauthorized cutting of road pavement by citizens and some utility service providers must be addressed urgently. On this occasion, I wish to urge all stakeholders to collaborate more effectively in protecting and preserving our collective investment in our road infrastructure to catalyze sustainable growth and economic development. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to an exciting experience with our seasoned experts for today's discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So that was the MD or the Chief Executive. Let's put our hands together one more time for him. Thank you so much. So I noticed that he cleverly evaded the question of why he chose August 7. And he also did not tell us why the choir is called asphaltic voices, because I've heard of melodious voices, we've heard of harmonic voices, but maybe because when a road is asphalted, the car sounds different. Anyhow, we're going to have our first taste of the asphaltic voices. I'm going to call them to give us a very quick song to test whether the quality of asphalt is very good. So ladies and gentlemen, from the authority, let's put hands together for the choir, the asphaltic voices, as they bring us a quick performance. Thank you very much, Asphaltic Voices. So don't forget the theme is closing the financing gap in road infrastructure development in Ghana. I need to let you know that in organizing programs, there are also financing gaps to put such a beautiful program together. But luckily, we had a group of sponsors who helped bridge that gap. So I'm going to mention the platinum sponsors for acknowledgement. They are a group of companies that supported us to put not just this program, but the 50th anniversary celebration. So Rango is the CEO or the rep from Rango is here. You can rise. First Sky Construction, Dr. Sedi. Oh, are you applauding? Thank you. We are also within that category of platinum sponsors is MEL. M-E-L, or MEL. We also have Mawums. M.M.D. Lovely. NAG Fairmont Company Limited as well. You give us a wave. Just Mo. And last but not least in that category is Memphis. We're pleased to note that a lot of these are Ghana-owned construction firms. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you very much. All of them are Ghana-owned. Minister says all of them. Let's put our hands together for them. So if they can bridge the organizing financing gap, hopefully they can bridge other financing gaps. But one of the key partners that helps us in bridging both technical and financing gaps has been the World Bank. And we are so pleased with their work. We want to invite Dr. Robert O'Brien to bring us remarks from the development partners' perspective. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Robert O'Brien from the World Bank.
His Excellency Vice President Dr. Mahmoudou Bambia, Honorable Dr. Mohamed Amin, Minister for Finance, Honorable Francis Asenso Bokier, Minister for Roads and Highways. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for inviting me to join in this important discussion today. I'm really deeply honored to be here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Ghana Highway Authority, celebrating its dedication to road development in Ghana. I'm also very pleased to note that the World Bank is part of this journey and has been supporting the transport sector in Ghana for 40 years, and we look forward to many more years of collaboration together. And congratulations to the Ministry and the Ghana Highways Authority for their dedication and hard work in ensuring a safer and more reliable road network. Sustainable and safe road infrastructure is vital for Ghana's economic growth, social inclusion, competitiveness, and overall well-being. Ghana has done well in road infrastructure development in many ways. Let me just highlight a few of those. In terms of road density, so kilometers of road per 100 square kilometers of land, Ghana has road assets that exceed the regional average, 32.8 kilometers in Ghana versus 17 kilometers in the rest of Africa, so nearly double. Ghana is also above the regional average in terms of rural accessibility. In Ghana, 63% of the population lives within 2 kilometers of all-weather roads, compared to only 47% in the rest of the region. Looking forward, Ghana has the second largest pipeline for roads in West Africa, and the 38th globally when measured in terms of total US dollar value of all ongoing projects. So there is truly a lot to celebrate, and congratulations again on these hard-fought accomplishments, which result from sustained leadership, capable institutions, and important financing flows. At the same time, there are some challenges to address as Ghana moves forward. One I would like to highlight is in the theme of the event today, public financing of road infrastructure. Because of the macroeconomic challenges of the past years, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has received a reduced share of its budgetary needs. As a result, it has not been able to complete some of the ongoing road projects, which are at various stages of progress. The ministry also has a backlog of payment arrears that has accumulated to various agencies, For example, according to the 2023 Ghana Highway Authority annual report, the authority owes contractors $5.1 billion for the works already done. So some contractors haven't been paid in several months. Moreover, the traditional approach of using road user charges for the road fund should be enhanced and diversified to raise additional revenue. Increasing domestic revenue mobilization is also crucial, given Ghana's relatively low revenue to GDP level. The investment and maintenance needs are significant. The Ghana Road Network replacement value is around $10 billion US. From 2017 to 2021, Ghana needed $700 million annually for road maintenance, but spent only about 30% of that. And as we know, it's much more efficient to maintain well rather than to rebuild. So those are some of the challenges. But as Ghana is now making strong progress on the macroeconomic and fiscal fronts, as supported by both the World Bank and the IMF, including through strengthened revenue collection, greater expenditure efficiency, and debt restructuring, it will be able to address these challenges and improve public finances in general and of the road sector in particular. At the same time, as the chief executive just said, private sector partnerships and alternative financing, such as blended finance and credit enhancements, are critical to complement public financing. Public financing can't do it alone. Some prerequisites are needed, however. Road infrastructure must be a viable proposition to boost investor confidence and attract private sector participation, despite challenges such as high costs, country risks, and counterparty creditworthiness. In addition, a clear and transparent regulatory and policy framework is essential for attracting private sector investment. Blended finance with credit enhancements can align public and private sector interests, allocating risks according to each party's preferences and capabilities. Delivering road projects on budget, on time, and with quality is challenging in any country, and I could give you many examples from my own country in the United States. And it requires careful planning and risk management. The World Bank-supported Transport Sector Improvement Project is helping in this regard. The TSIP has introduced performance-based road delivery mechanisms, focusing on meeting outputs and outcomes based on users and technical requirements, rather than just focusing on inputs. The TSIP is also strengthening road asset management, making it a core business area to ensure efficient utilization and maintenance of these important assets. The ongoing World Bank project is also financing paved and rural roads, for example, 861 kilometers of rural roads in the Upper West and Bono East regions, and 168 kilometers of the Tamale, Yendi, Tatale paved road upgrading project. So just a few examples. We hope the government will consider adopting such infrastructure delivery mechanisms more broadly in the sector as part of its road delivery options. Sustainable and inclusive infrastructure fosters long-term growth, poverty reduction, reduces inequalities, and also strengthens environmental preservation. And as I said, we're committed to continuing to work closely together with the ministry and the authority in advancing this important set of agendas for Ghana. So we've got many great speakers and a great program lined up today, so I will leave it at that, and I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the discussions. Thank you again for inviting us.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker, we should not be surprised he's here because, of course, when we talk of roads, there's always money involved. But I think in the past couple of years, each time we've discussed big projects that have stalled on the road sector, Ahmed, where is Ahmed? He would call into the show and say, well, as you know, we have a domestic debt exchange, and therefore the monies have been encumbered, the roads cannot finish. So when Minister of Finance announced the successful DDEP, the first thing that came to mind, there's money for roads. So today we've brought him here, beyond what is written in the speech. He's coming to tell us which roads will benefit from the DDEP relief that he's been championing together with Chief Director. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on a more serious note, Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohammed Amin, Adam.
Thank you, Bernard. I'll reserve my comments on this. Your Excellency, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my colleague, Honorable Asensu Boachi, call him Bantama Asensu, Minister for Roads and Highways, World Bank Country Director, Robert, and let me take the permission to acknowledge my chief, the chief of Fishigo in my constituency, Chief Na Andane Al-Hassan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this very important event. Today, we gather to celebrate a significant milestone to launch the 50th anniversary of the Ghana Highway Authority. This institution has been the bedrock of our nation's road network, connecting people, businesses, and communities across the country. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Ghana Highway Authority for their unwavering commitment to delivering quality road infrastructure to support Ghana's growth agenda. With our population growing at about 2% annually, it has become more urgent to efficiently deliver public services and reliable infrastructure, such as affordable and decent housing and improved transportation networks. Within this context, the government set out a coordinated and integrated approach to infrastructure delivery, codified in the Ghana Infrastructure Plan 2018 to 2047, to ensure we have a guided framework for addressing our nation's infrastructure challenges. Indeed, the Ghana Infrastructure Plan outlines ambitious targets for our transportation network, including expanding the road network from 78,401 kilometers in 2016 to 253,000 kilometers by 2047, increasing paved roads to 70%, linking urban areas with multi-lane carriageways, and constructing long-span bridges across the Volta Lake. We need an estimated $271.7 billion to achieve these targets, translating to approximately $9 billion annually. Additionally, $1.3 billion will be required annually for road maintenance and improvements. By the numbers, 10 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $660 million, has been invested in the road networks since January 2024. And so between January and June, we have spent so far 10 billion Ghana cedis, 660 million United States dollars in the road sector alone, with an additional planned pipeline of 7.6 billion Ghana cedis, about $509 million on the way. This by far will be our largest investment in our history in the road sector. And this by far is the biggest investment across all the sectors in the country. We also have programmed key initiatives, such as the recently launched District Road Improvement Program and the upcoming Economic Roads Improvement Initiative, to ensure we intentionally fund routes that link pivotal productivity-enhancing ventures, such as agricultural enclaves and tourist sites. Despite our government best efforts, public sector funding and initiatives that we are doing will not be able to bridge this gap. So at the Ministry of Finance, we believe that the solution lies in making significant room for private sector participation. The resource envelope is so limited, yet the demands for roads across the country is so high. Mr. Vice President, the Honorable Asensu is my longtime brother. We've known each other, we've worked together. These days, the relationship is not that good. Because every day we engage in endless debate. He comes to me and tells me all the time, he's coming from the eastern region, he's coming from the northern region. Everywhere he goes, the people say, you are doing well. We've seen road infrastructure network improving, but we need more roads. We need more roads. And I tell him, Honorable Minister, I understand. I understand, because as a member of parliament, when I go around my constituency, the people ask me, you pay for the construction of roads in other places. We also need roads in this constituency. And so I understand very well the demands and the pressure on you. But the envelope is so limited. The resource envelope is so limited. We are unable to do everything at a go. And this is why we think that private sector participation can no longer delay. We must do everything to get the private sector into road construction. And this, we are setting the stage with the Tema Motorway flagship road project through a PPP arrangement, which I believe will be the first PPP arrangement for road construction in our country. Therefore, the PPPs, in our view, offer a critical opportunity for us to close our road financing gap, and we have prioritized working toward streamlining the PPP processes. We must overcome the habit of developing feasibility studies after feasibility studies without a clear path for implementation. The time has come for us to do things differently. And we at the Ministry of Finance will work to ensure investors can be sufficiently supported to deliver a pipeline of bankable projects without cumbersome processes. We also want to look internally to leverage more predictable funding sources, such as pension funds. I can gather, ladies and gentlemen, that pension assets under management reached almost 50 billion Ghana cedis last year. Therefore, we want to work with the regulator and the pension funds to ensure we structure a regime that allows our pension funds to co-invest in commercially attractive infrastructure projects that deliver stable returns on investment. The development of a revised framework for road and bridge tolls commencing in 2025, for instance, is one measure we believe will ensure that commercial risk are sufficiently mitigated to encourage more pension funds and private financing pools to participate in our road and infrastructure programs. Ultimately, closing the financing gap for road infrastructure in Ghana requires a multi-pronged approach. I am encouraged, therefore, by events such as this, where we can trigger conversations among stakeholders in the road sector with a view to crafting sustainable solutions for funding the expansion of our road network. Undoubtedly, ladies and gentlemen, addressing long-standing issues with our transportation network will not be easy. However, I believe that together we have the ingenuity and willingness to put together solutions that will ensure that we bridge the infrastructure financing gap and create a road network that, over the next 50 years and beyond, will be the envy of our peers on the continent. And I say this very convinced that the economy will grow to support these endeavors. This economy is past the period of economic crisis. We have gone past the period of the crisis. The economy has shown resilience. The economy is growing, defying all odds, growing above World Bank targets, growing above IMF targets. And we are very determined to continue to invest in this economy, to grow and increase our revenue generation, to support government efforts at bringing quality and expanded road network closer to our people. On this note, Excellency the Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, I call on you, private sector participants who are here, to work with us to achieve this reality. Now we say that it is possible, and I look forward to working alongside all of you. Thank you very much, and may God bless you and bless our country.
Please put your hands together one more time for Minister Amin. He said he and his road minister colleague have been having discussions. The vice president separates those fights. That's why he sat between them. We want to acknowledge the board chair for the authority, engineer I.K. Mensah. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. We have a lot of friends from the development partner community and from the embassies. If they can give us a wave. I see Spanish embassy. I see other embassies that have been quite critical in the sector. Please give us a wave, all our development partner friends. Put your hands together for them. Thank you very much indeed. All right. So our next speaker, apart from what his colleague has already said, there are two things. He's MP for Bantama. When we were young, there was a song we used to sing about Bantama, about their kakru. It was a very nice kakru. I don't know if you still do it. Do you know the song? Kakru, kakru, meyede na menye bimedi. Ninisika meyede na menye bimedi. Bantama kakru. Very nice kakru. But when I started my journalistic life, Bantama was the largest constituency in Ghana. And in the days of Rawlings, when K2 South comes, it shifts the ballots like this. So NDC will do maybe 60,000, and people will do like 2. And then Bantama will do 100,000, NDC will do like 1,000. So Bantama was always, but somehow they broke it up into Inshaisu and other things. But Bantama is still very important. So for a lot of people, when you say Bantama, it's the World Bank of the, apologies to you. For many years, it has been the World Bank of the MPP. So the MP for Bantama is more important than even the roads minister. It's a very important, it's a very important thing. So I want to introduce the MP for Bantama, who also happens to be the minister for roads. Honorable Francis Asensu Boachi. Put your hands together for him.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, the Honorable Minister for Finance, and other colleague ministers of state, colleague members of parliament, the World Bank Country Director, Chief Director of the Ministry of Works, Roads and Highways, and the Chief Director for Ministry of Finance, and other Chief Directors and officials of the various ministries, distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a warm welcome to this high-level panel discussion on closing the financing gap in road development in Ghana. This event, as has been stated, is an integral part of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the Ghana Highway Authority. And right from the outset, it is important that we thank the Vice President for honoring this invitation, especially when he's out there campaigning. The Vice President, thank you very much. And also, Bernard, the 7th date was chosen, but was given to us by the Vice President because we wanted the Vice President to be part of this occasion. And he looked at his schedule and said that he want to come on this time. But you all know that the vice president is prophetic, especially when he's campaigning. Everything that he says comes to pass. So if it's coinciding with the day 4 months to the election, then it is a very positive omen for the vice president and for Ghana. Road infrastructure, as we all know, is crucial for socio-economic development of every country, serving as the backbone for progress across various sectors. It facilitates trade and commerce, enhances connectivity, improves access to essential services, and elevates the quality of life in Ghana. And Mr. Vice President, I dare say that it also enhances digitalization. In Ghana, road transport accounts for approximately 95% of all transportation, and therefore the need for increased funding to the road sector is both urgent and evident. Your Excellency, with trade, transit, urbanization, development, and other economic factors, there is a growing demand for more and better roads across the length and breadth of our country. The Ministry of Roads, through its implementing agencies, manages a total road network size of 94,203 kilometers, out of which 28% is paved, and the remaining 72% is unpaved. The Minister of Finance mentioned the DRIP program, which is the District Road Improvement Program, that is supposed to work on unpaved roads. So, given the fact that we have 72% of our roads unpaved, that tells you that that program that was launched by the President last week is most crucial for our country. As of the end of 2023, 44% of our road network was in good condition, 34% in fair condition, and 22% in poor condition, as against our original target of 70% good, 20% fair, and not more than 10% in poor condition by the end of 2025. Obviously, it's quite evident that from where we are now, it will be quite an arduous task to be able to achieve this target. Distinguished guests, between 2027 to end of 2023, the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration added an impressive 12,830 kilometers of roads to our national road network, compared to the 4,636 kilometers achieved by the previous administration. While this achievement reflects nearly 3 times the progress made by the previous administration within the same time frame, we acknowledge that there is still more work to be done, and our government remains committed to maintaining this momentum to further enhance the nation's infrastructure to meet the needs of our people. Government has, over the years, actively pursued various efforts to improve Ghana's road infrastructure by clearing outstanding debts to contractors, procuring new projects, and maintaining the existing network. Around the world, both direct and indirect road user charges are used to support investments in the road sector. It is promising that the finance minister recently announced plans to reintroduce road and bridge tolls in 2025. The Ministry of Roads and Highways has since taken the necessary steps towards its actualization. This effort also highlights the significance of public investment financing in the road sector. But the central question is the public ready and willing to pay economic road tolls? Mr. Vice President, I was in Korea recently and participated in the infrastructure forum. And their agency, highway agency, called the Korea Expressway, generates 4 billion from road tolls alone. representing a third of the entire annual highway budget of Korea of $12 billion. This highlights the potential of tolling as a significant revenue source to support road development initiatives. It also confirms that strategically implemented tolling can provide substantial funding for road infrastructure projects, ensuring sustainable development and the maintenance of our road network. Our government acknowledges the significant funding gap in the development and maintenance of our national road infrastructure, and this has been acknowledged by our venerable finance minister and the World Bank country director. And while substantial efforts have been made by successive governments to close the road infrastructure funding gap, it is clear that government resources alone are insufficient to bridge this gap. To meet the growing demands of our expanding road network and ensure sustainability, we must actively engage the private sector partners and explore innovative financing models. Public-private partnership and international collaborations are vital avenues to leverage additional funding and expertise to ensure that our roads can support economic growth and improve the quality of life for all Ghanaians. It is essential to acknowledge the vital role of the development partners and financial institutions, development finance institutions play in supporting road development. We invite them to join us by providing financial resources and expertise needed to advance our infrastructure goals. We specifically call on our partners like the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and others to assist in closing this gap. Their support is crucial in implementing key projects that will transform our road sector, promote regional integration, and drive economic development, and ultimately enhance the quality of life for our people. We seek this collaboration with developing innovative financial models that leverage both private and private sector resources to create a sustainable infrastructure for all. That is why we are holding this event, to explore smart and innovative strategies to bridge the financing gap and establish sustainable mechanisms for funding Ghana's road development. The timing for this engagement is crucial as we prepare to operationalize the necessary steps to operationalize the establishment of the National Roads Authority. This new authority will unify our three implementing agencies, that is the Ghana Highway Authority, Department of Urban Roads, and the Department of Feeder Roads, into one cohesive, unified entity with the aim of streamlining operations, improving efficiency, and ensuring a more coordinated approach to road management. This integration will also contribute to our efforts to close the financing gap in road development by optimizing resource allocation and attracting investment through a more transparent and accountable system. Ultimately, this will enhance our capacity to deliver better road infrastructure and maintenance services to drive national development and economic growth. In conclusion, as we deliberate today, let us focus on financing solutions that address specific challenges and opportunities. Let us build partnership to unlock the resources needed to transform our road infrastructure and, by extension, the Ghanaian economy. I encourage all participants to engage openly, share your thoughts and expertise. Together, we can create a roadmap for financing road infrastructure that propels Ghana towards a future of sustainable growth and prosperity. Mr. Vice President, Honorable Finance Minister, World Bank Country Director, distinguished guests, thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So we're moving on. Before we hear from our keynote speaker, His Excellency the Vice President, we want to test the quality of the asphalt one last time. So let me invite, for the last time for this session, the asphaltic voices to lay the foundation for the speech from the Vice President. Please welcome them.
Oh,
Thank you very much indeed, Asphaltic Voices. Quick announcement. After the keynote speech, we will, of course, after our applause, we'll take a quick round of group photographs before we would invite some of our guests to see our exhibition, which will serve as a short break before the panel session starts. So please take note of those announcements. When the Vice President is done, he will take some photographs with some of our invited guests. We'll be directed as to how to do that. And then he would go and inspect our exhibition briefly before we come back in for the panel discussion. So please help me welcome our keynote speaker, the Vice President of the Republic, Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Bernard. Our Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways and MP for Bantama, Francis Asenso Boachi. The Honorable Minister for Finance and MP for Karaga, Honorable Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam. Our Country Director for the World Bank, Robert O'Brien. The Chief of Pishigu, Na and Danny Al-Hassan, members of the panels who are going to be discussing today, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Chief Director, Ministry of Finance, Chief Executive of the Ghana Highway Authority, members of the Diplomatic Corps and our development partners, directors and heads of agencies, Professor Kwame Addo, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be with you today on this technical symposium. I'd like us to give a round of applause to the Asphaltic Voices. They really sang so beautifully, and I was thinking through Bernard's question of why they were called Asphaltic Voices. So I was looking at the various options to you. I don't know if gravel voices would have done, or cement voices, or bitumen voices. But I think asphaltic is more melodious and appropriate. Thank you very much. I'm most honored to be here. This is an integral event in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Ghana Highway Authority. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the board, management, and staff of the Ghana Highway Authority for half a century of outstanding service to our nation. Sometimes, not sometimes, all the time we complain about our roads and how things are not going well. But if you listen to the World Bank Country Director, you would see that Ghana has not actually done badly over the last 50 years, notwithstanding our dissatisfaction with the road network. We are really quite ahead of our peers in the sub-region when it comes to roads, even though the good thing about Ghana is that no matter what you do, you will get beaten on the back. You have to do better all the time. So it is good. We'll tell you we'll continue complaining. But we have to acknowledge that you have done a very, very good job over the last 50 years when we compare to our peers. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the good people of Ghana, I extend a warm ayiko to you all for reaching this remarkable milestone. Mr. Chairman, the theme of today's symposium, Closing the Financing Gap in Road Development, is both timely and crucial. It highlights one of the most pressing challenges we face in accelerating infrastructure development in emerging economies. Our government recognizes the critical role that road infrastructure plays in our national development agenda. We are committed to ensuring that our road network supports our economic ambitions, enhances the quality of life of our citizens, and leaves a legacy for future generations. However, to realize these goals, we must confront the significant financing gap that threatens to undermine our progress. According to recent estimates, our nation requires $12 billion to clear the maintenance backlog and enable the network of about 94,203 kilometers to be at an optimal level. However, current funding levels only cover about 38% of this requirement, not even 50%, leaving a significant shortfall. This gap translates into deteriorating road conditions, increased maintenance costs, and missed economic opportunities. Globally, the situation is similar. The African Development Bank reports a continental infrastructure financing gap of between $68 billion and $108 billion annually. This staggering figure underscores the importance of innovative solutions and strategic partnerships. Under the leadership of our administration, we have prioritized infrastructure development as a cornerstone of our economic strategy. We have made significant strides in expanding and improving our road network. I mean, the Minister for Roads and Highways just made the point that in the last 8 years, we have trebled basically the road network in terms of what we have done compared to what we inherited 8 years before, what was done 8 years before. But that is not still sufficient. More needs to be done. Our government is determined to close the financing gap through a multi-pronged approach. What is clear and what we all have to understand is that budget financing of roads long-term is not sustainable. That is very, very clear. I always watch the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Roads and Highways in Cabinet going at it. I usually smile all the time as the Minister of Roads gets very exasperated. Like, I need to fund these roads. I mean, the pressure on me when I go and visit these different places. And the Minister for Finance, like, but I'm already giving you 10 billion. What more do you want? He says that is not enough, but I have a budget. The banter keeps going, and it's virtually every budget, I must say. But it tells you that there's a lot of tension that exists between the demand for roads and the supply of financing to support that demand. There is a big gap that exists. So in closing this gap, it's very, very clear to me that the private sector is the key, because the budget cannot sustain the financing of roads. I mean, we just don't have those resources in the budget. Otherwise, even if you spend all of it on roads, you still have a shortfall. And we have so many other demands on this very, very narrow budget that we have. So the private sector is the key, and I think we can all agree on that as we think about innovative financing solutions. What is clear to me historically, governments have tried to do too much in the area of roads and commit a lot which really stretches the budget. That seems to be what is going on. And so my view is that you need to shift the burden from government to the private sector. And this is why I have committed as a candidate for the president that when I do my next budget, I'm reducing government expenditure by 3% of GDP in favor of the private sector. That is, we want to realign expenditure from the public sector to the private sector. 3% of GDP is not small. We're talking about 30 billion Ghana cedis, right? So that we want to realign that expenditure. And most of that is going to be in infrastructure and roads, so that you want the financing to be by the private sector. And that, therefore, reduces the burden on government and creates fiscal space at the same time. So we will be looking at these approaches. You have to look at various options, ladies and gentlemen. Public-private partnerships offer a viable solution to bridge the financing gap by fostering collaboration between the public sector and private investors. We can unlock new funding streams and leverage expertise in project implementation. Successful PPPs have been implemented worldwide, demonstrating their potential to deliver infrastructure projects on time and within budget. To foster successful partnerships, it is essential to build strong relationships with construction firms, engineering companies, and technology innovators who can provide both financial support and valuable expertise. Private-public partnerships are vital for sharing the responsibilities and rewards of infrastructure development. Such collaborations often lead to improved quality of infrastructure and can significantly reduce the burden on public finances, allowing for the reinvestment of savings into other essential areas. Our government has taken proactive steps to create an enabling environment for private-public partnerships, streamlining regulatory processes, and offering to attract private investment. We believe that by working hand in hand with the private sector, we can accelerate our infrastructure development goals. Exploring innovative financing models is essential to generating sustainable revenue streams. Infrastructure bonds, road funds, and toll systems can provide dedicated funding for road development and maintenance. These mechanisms reduce reliance on traditional budgetary allocations, allowing for more predictable and stable funding. We have seen successes with initiatives such as the Road Fund, financed through fuel levies, which has significantly contributed to road maintenance efforts. Our government is committed to expanding such initiatives and explore new models to enhance our funding capacity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, enhancing our domestic revenue mobilization efforts is fundamental to increasing the resources available for infrastructure development. By broadening our tax base and improving tax administration, we can generate additional revenue to support road projects. This requires a concerted effort to promote compliance, enhance transparency, and build trust in our fiscal systems. Our government is taking action to improve revenue collection, ensuring that every citizen contributes to the development of our nation. We believe by engaging with local communities and stakeholders, we can foster a culture of contribution and support for development initiatives. We acknowledge the potential of high-income neighborhoods to propel rural development projects. By collecting property taxes in these areas, we can create additional revenue dedicated to road maintenance and improvements, with transparency on how these funds will benefit the economy. Furthermore, municipal bonds can be used to raise capital, providing private investors with a return on their investment. By harnessing resources from the private sector and fostering a supportive regulatory environment, we can boost innovation and efficiency in our projects, ultimately advancing a shared vision of sustainable development in our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, limiting urban sprawl is another strategic approach that can significantly reduce the financial burden associated with infrastructure development and maintenance. As cities expand outward into rural areas, they often find themselves needing to extend costly infrastructure such as roads, water supply, sewage systems to accommodate the growing population. This sprawling development not only places increasing demands on budgets, but can also lead to inefficient allocations of resources. By promoting more concentrated and higher density urban development, our cities can effectively minimize the length and breadth of infrastructure that needs to be financed. Compact cities can support more efficient transit systems, reduce commuting distances, and enable existing infrastructure to handle increased loads without necessitating expansions. Implementing land use policies that prioritize infill development, mixed-use zoning, and sustainable design principles can help create vibrant urban areas while limiting the push toward outward expansion. By focusing on revitalizing existing urban neighborhoods and promoting the use of underdeveloped land within city boundaries, municipalities can foster growth without incurring the substantial costs associated with creating new infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, international development partners and financial institutions play a crucial role in supporting our infrastructure goals. We must strengthen our relationships with these entities, aligning their support with our strategic priorities. By collaborating with partners like the World Bank, African Development Bank, and others, we can access technical expertise, concessional financing, and innovative solutions. Our administration has actively engaged with development partners to secure funding and technical support for critical road projects, and we are committed to ensuring that we continue to collaborate with these development partners to contribute to the development of sustainable and inclusive road infrastructure. It is evident that we need to discuss a major paradigm shift in road financing at this technical forum. Some areas you might consider include the following: concessional high-volume roads over a period, concessioning of high-volume roads over a period. This could be done on major trunk roads like the Accra-Kumasi, Accra-Cape Coast, Accra-Akosombo, as well as new ring roads, expressways around our major urban centers. Secondly, congestion pricing, which aims to reduce the entry of low-capacity vehicles into the central business districts and encourage the use of high-occupancy vehicles. Evaluation of the appropriateness of the current road interventions, considering that a significant proportion of our road network is unpaved. We may also investigate incremental interventions when addressing our road needs. I would like to also make a suggestion that you could consider. Some may say it is provocative, but I think that when we are looking at innovative ways of financing and we say, well, this has to go to the private sector, tolling is, we say tolls as right now designed in many countries. The tolls, you pay specific tolls at particular points. So you're going on the Accra-Tema motorway, you get a toll booth over there. You go to Kaswa, there's a toll booth over there. But it's my view is that if we are going into tolling, we need to think about broad-based tolling. The current architecture that we have in tolling really tends to exclude even the wealthier parts of the population. So if I live in cantonments, East Legon, Ridge, which are the high-end neighborhoods, I will not see a toll. But if I live in Kaswa or somewhere else, I'm likely to meet a toll on the way. There seems to be an inequity in tolling. And I believe that we should look at broad-based tolling. Well, why shouldn't everybody pay? When we put taxes on fuel, we looked at some modeling about a year ago, some modeling on tolling as we were looking at the issue of tolling. I mean, we looked at the current toll revenue as before we abolished the tolls. They were about 70 million Ghana cedis a year. And we said, okay, what if everybody paid? So you put a tax on fuel, for example, 30 pesos or whatever. What if you move, you pay, right? If you don't move, you don't pay. And if everybody pays, you could generate about 2 billion Ghana cedis a year compared to 70 million, right? So that was the thinking. And I think that we should be thinking about methods that we could make the tolling more broad-based. And then we all contribute to it, and then the revenue will be much higher. So if you can find a way to do this digitally or whatever, we can do it. I mean, but the whole thinking for me is there's an inequity in tolling. That, some people don't have to bother. But those are the neighborhoods with the best roads. But they don't contribute. Right? So you collect from the poorer areas and do the roads in the richer areas. So anyway, as I said, it's a little provocative. So you can think about it as you discuss. But I believe in broad-based tolling, and we should look at it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, closing the financing gap in road development is not a task we can achieve alone. It requires collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to sustainable development. By embracing these principles, I am confident that we can build a road network that supports our economic ambitions and enhances the quality of life for our citizens. Our government stands ready to lead this effort in working with all stakeholders to transform our infrastructure landscape. Together we can pave the way for a brighter and more connected future. I urge all of you to be open and frank in your deliberations and discussions as we explore ways to close the financing gap. Your honest insights and collaborative efforts are vital as we seek effective solutions together. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. God bless you, and God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Wow. I think he's already begun the panel discussion. Another round of applause for him. Thank you, Your Excellency. So the panel members, your work is very easy. It's like the exam questions have been set and they've hinted on where we are going. So concessional high volume roads, congestion charges, dealing with the inequities in our tolling and the rest of it. I think the message has gone down very well. We want to jump in. One group we didn't acknowledge was the financial institutions. And so if you are from a bank, a development finance institution, or any of the financial sector agencies, please rise. We want to acknowledge you. Put your hands together for them or give us a wave. Very important. We can come and talk and go. If they don't give us the money, we won't go anywhere. And now you used to run a big one. And now you are a traditional ruler. Thank you so much. So as announced, we're going to take just 2 groups of photographs. The first will be our 4. Then we would invite Chief Director, Dr. Abbas, CEO, engineer, as well as board chair to join them for the next photo, together with the panelists. So that's the order of photographs. So photographers, the first one will be our 4. And then I would invite Chief Director, CEO, board chair to join, and then all panelists will join. So, at the guest, if you could kindly rise, we'll take a quick photograph. So, Chief Director, you join after this one. Board chair, please join us. So, this is the first one. Yes. So, after the photographs, we'll have the national anthem before our guests will depart. So, we're just taking 3. So, Dr. Abbas Awolu, Engineer Donko, please join. And Chief Director, Chief Board Chair, please join us as well. Board Chair of the Highways. Then, the last one will be our panel members here present now. Please join us. Professor, please join. Miss Eva Mens, panel members, please join us for the final photo. When we are done with that, please use this side. When we are done with that, we will remain standing for the national anthem, after which the Vice President would leave to just go through some quick photograph exhibition. We'll take a 10-minute coffee break, and then we'll come back in, or a cocoa break. I want to acknowledge Honorable Atachia, former many things, MP. Good to see you, sir. So this is the last one. The panel members are joining us. Panel members, please join. This is the final photo. Any members of parliament here, I want to acknowledge you as well. Members of parliament, Honorable, is it Ajay? Good to see you, sir. Honorable Atacha, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much indeed. Ranking member of the Roads and Transport Committee of Parliament, Honorable Ajay Mensah. Thank you, sir. We would then ask us to yield back as we remain standing for the national anthem. I believe you will do it for us again. So, yes, those who joined us for the photos, you can just move a bit back. The Vice President and co. We will take the national anthem, after which we will be on our way out. Asphaltic Voices. Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you. We thank Dr. Amin, Honorable Francis and Boachi, Dr. O'Brien. We'll remain standing. They will just go and observe some of our photo exhibits outside. We have cocoa break for all of us. We can return in 10 minutes for the panel discussion. Thank you very much for joining us for the first part of the program. Please stay with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
King of Kings. From the north, oh my Lord, from the east, oh my Lord, I will live. Oh King of Kings, Lord of Lords, the world from the north, oh my Lord, from the east, oh my Lord, I will live. I am great Jehovah, you are wonderful. I will lift you up. I will lift. Great Jehovah, you are wonderful. I will lift. I have joy in my heart, living joy. I have joy in my life, living joy. Jesus gave to me and no one else. I have joy. Jesus gave to me, and all this time I have joy in my heart, living joy. Amigo Coco, Amante, Ona Savani. Amigo Coco, Amante, Ona. Upunina me, Ona, Ona me na
Thank you very much. Asphaltic voices. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for the asphaltic voices. Welcome back. Welcome back. Can we get settled for the restart of the program? If we can shut the door, thank you so much for coming back. And the last song they sang is a very good song to usher us into the second half. I can still hear talking. Can we have some silence, please? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So the song was, I will use all my strength to work for the Lord. And we are promising that for the next hour and a half, we'll use all our strength to tackle this very important subject of bridging the financing gap. Let's put our hands together one more time for the asphaltic voices. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming back. The plan is very simple. We are going to have a few important remarks to set the tone for the panel discussion. Then we're going to invite the panel members to make opening statements. And then the moderator will take over and tie the loose ends and open up what is hopefully going to be a very important discussion. I'd like to acknowledge a few more people before we do this. First and foremost, we want to acknowledge our gold sponsors. We've already acknowledged our platinum sponsors. So if Joshua is in the building, give us a wave, Joshua. Let's put hands together for Joshua. And RAL, where are they? RAL, thank you very much. And we're also privileged to have, I'm not sure if I'm seeing it well, General Commodities, General Construction, forgive me, I need to change my glasses. General Construction, General Construction, thank you. Wonderful. We'll acknowledge a few more people soon. Now, don't forget that we are here because the Highway Authority is 50 years old. That means that in 1974, somebody thought it wise to set them up. And we want to acknowledge some of our distinguished engineers, directors who've worked in that company for the past half a century. Now, we are happy to have one of the pioneers of the Ghana Highway Authority, Mr. K. Abisam, still alive and well. Please rise. Wow. 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 I think it was in 74 that we began to drive on the right. Good. And the people in this room are divided into two. Those who were born before 75, you are adults. Those who were born after, we are children. So let's take a census. If you were born before 74, let me see your hand. You're born before 74. Good. Good. So those of us who were born after 74, let's put hands together for them. Wonderful. We are happy to have you still alive to see what has happened to this very powerful institution. God bless you so much, Mr. Abisam, a pioneer who's still alive. Some of our previous chief executives are still here. Dr. F.Y. Abedi, if you can give us a wave. Thank you, sir. Mr. Abuaji, also a former chief executive. Wow. Mr. P.M. Dagadu. Wow. Mr. N.D. Brown. Mr. M.D. Brown. Somewhere here. Mr. C. Inti. Mr. C. Inti. Wow. Mr. F. Hammond. Mr. F. Hammond. We're also happy to have a former chief director, Mr. Ofei Ano. Mr. Ofei Ano. So we're so grateful that you are part of the family and all that we're doing, you are happy to be part. Have I left out somebody? Clearly, my notes were not complete. Okay. I will update the pink sheet as we go along the program. All right. So what I want to do is, since we are all here now, I'd like to invite the cultural troupe, Odikro, to give us a very quick. These guys are asphaltic voices, so maybe they are also bitumen dancers. I don't know. Coming to give us a quick performance before we jump into the panel. Welcome them. Aziwele. Aziwele. So this is the Odikro group. They are from Cape Coast, but the dancers are from all over the country. Let's put our hands together one more time. Well done. Thank you very much for communicating those powerful themes through dance. A few more acknowledgements. Dr. Adai set up the bridge department of the Highway Authority many, many years ago. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Adai. Wow. Incredible how all of them are still alive and strong and still working. Now, what we're going to do is to set the scene for the panel by inviting the Chief Director of the ministry. He will set the context for today's panel discussion. He's a man we all know. He used to be at the Urban Roads. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Abbas Awolu to set the context for our conversation, closing the financing gap in road infrastructure development. One more time, Dr. Abbas Awolu.
Thank you, Bernard, and good morning. I think that the dance just passed looks more like reinforced concrete because you need a lot of energy to do that. My main theme here is just to set the context for the experts to dissect and then get us what solutions they have. The road network in Ghana, it just gives a historical perspective. 2000, we had 38,000 kilometers. You see them, 2017, 78,402. 2024, 94,203. Virtually still counting, I think we are well over 100,000. 24 years giving us an exponential growth of 148%, with an average annual growth of 3.86%, far higher than population growth and virtually higher than almost everything else. What accounts for this? Well, before then, our paved network is 28%, like the Honorable Minister did say, and paved is 72%. Africa's average paved network is 25%, so we are not doing too badly. We are 28%. And global average is 50%. In Africa, those who have performed better than us looks more like the Maghreb region and also in Southern Africa. The source is what has been put in there. What is accounting for this is complete urban densities. If you look at the urban density, in 1990, we had about 123 persons per hectare. We just had AMA, TMA, and Ga district. We are doing Gamma as an example. By 2015, you could see that the density started moving. Apart from Accra, we're moving towards Medina, Tema. Accra and Tema were now coming together in an embrace, whether useful or not. By the time we got to 2020, we have virtually conquered everything. The urban sprawl, we are moving towards Adafo in the east. We've gone beyond Dodoa, Ayikuma, heading towards Somenya. And someone had been conquered. We are now heading towards Tichamante. If you go back towards the central region, we've gone past Winneba, heading to Apam. People virtually live in those areas and work in Accra. So the urban densities then had gone to 36 persons per hectare. And virtually everybody's access would need access. You come out from your house, there are roads needs to be constructed. You go on the dental corridor, almost everybody else. 10, 20 years ago, you could just drive. On Sprinters Road, you have to be a brave man to come out after 6 p.m. Today, it's 24/7. You can do anything at all. So the road network continues increasing. This is a graph of our network. The lower is for Ghana Highway Authority. Next is the Department of Feeder Roads, then Department of Urban Roads. The highways network is a mature network, fairly stable. From a little above 10,000, around the 2,000s, now we are hovering around 15,000. Urban roads, maybe around 3,000. Today, 28,000 beyond. The director actually says that he's around 56,000 kilometers. So if you look at the network expansion, 1,200% growth in the urban network space. And these are Ghanaians living outside. And this is Gama, living within. It's the same situation in Kumasi. It's the same situation in Tamale. Those days between Tamale and Sabulugu used to be a long distance. Today, virtually, that community is one. And everybody needs an access. They go ahead, they construct the roads themselves. I do remember somewhere in the 90s, we went to buy a plot of land in Kaswa with a friend from UK. The man gave us a site plan. We said, no, we have to check. Is it the road or something? He said, no, you check, you pay. Otherwise, somebody will come and pay. I convinced my friend that let's take the site plan and go to Lands Commission and check. When we checked at Lands Commission, the site plan actually, the man came and said, Abbas, what are you buying? I said, oh, land at Kaswa. So your site plan shows that you are in the sea. This site plan, actually, the coordinates tells us that you are in the sea. And there's a lot more that happens. But basically, the point is that we go outside, there's no infrastructure. But we are building, maybe we are we're running away from landlords and so on. But that is the sprawl. So the network is increasing, and contributing factor is our urbanization. What has been the road network condition? The Honorable Minister did say it. When we, around the 2000s, 29% good, 26% fair, and 45% poor. Today, we are looking at 44% good, 34% fair, and 22% poor. Whatever you do, you are bringing a lot of roads from the unpaved side back onto the network, and that definitely has an impact. And that is what we are seeing. So if you have a little bit of money to do, you are spreading it thinly over, and you might not be able to do that. But this is our network condition. When we used to be young and the engineer Besam, the optimal is 70, 20, 10. 70, 20, 10 is still our dream. But whether we'll get to that 70, 20, 10 is something. If we keep on this urban sprawl, whether we'll ever get there. But that is the situation we have. Well, what do we do? In terms of routine maintenance on the paved network, we do pothole patching. And intentionally, we are supposed to spend most of our money to do pothole patching, minimum. If you don't patch your potholes on time, you end up doing a lot more periodic maintenance, and that has implications on your cost. On the unpaved network, we grade, we shape the roads, and so on and so forth. But there are some communities that you can't grade anymore. You've graded and graded and graded to the extent that the road virtually, everything has been lost. So, and they see a grader there, they'll chase you out. They say, no, I mean, what crime have we committed? Even the World Bank, we did over 670 kilometers of gravel roads in the Upper West region. Very beautiful roads. But some of them came to ask me, what crime have we committed? I said, why? The road network is unpaved. When we do this, it helps. He says, no. Others have asphalt. Others have surface dressing. What have we done? But we cannot do everything at the same time. It needs to be a menu. You grade some roads, you gravel some, and there's no country that has 100% paved network. But that is the demand. Like I said, new communities are coming up. They have honorable members of parliament here. They'll put pressures on them, and the urban sprawl goes off. And that brings in a lot of implications on our budget. Well, these are some of the maintenance works, sport improvement, etc. Then, again, works that cannot be stalled. This picture shows the Dolly Bridge. 2-3 years ago, a complete section of the road between Bole and Wa was washed off. Definitely, the ministry could not sit idle. We had to go in. You go in there, you find out the citizens of that area completely cut off. You can't say there's no money. You have to find, but luckily, we had indigenous Ghanaian contractors who moved in and readily did this. I remember somewhere in 2010 when we had the washouts on the Carnation route, we could only rely on Sonitra. Today, if we have that situation, we have over 20 Ghanaian contractors who can come up and do that. We just discussed available funds, and then the Honorable Minister of Finance did say that this year so much has been done by Minister of Finance. But this does not show too much. We get, on average, $520 million almost every year. and it's one of the highest that government gives out. But our projected budgetary allocation is almost if you look at the network, it's 1.35 billion. If we continue to move this way at 3.86%, then we'll go beyond that. So if you look at the two, there is a major gap, and that is what the Ministry and Ghana Highway Authority bringing you expects to see what you can do for us. 520 against 1.35. Around 2016 and 2017, Engineer Sean and his team did some work. And at that time, they had estimated that our maintenance backlog alone was around $8.5 billion. Today, it's well around $12 billion. Budget 520. This year, we've gotten a lot more. But that tells you we need to stabilize the network and we need to catch up. What do we do? And I believe that that is what the panel will help us to do. What are the takeaways from this? I've acknowledged that the Minister of Roads and Highways continues to be the top recipients of our annual budget. And that's every budget. Those days, Bole Bamboy had always been on the, when Dr. Kwesiboche, Professor Kwesiboche comes to read the budget, certain key roads. So there's always been that conscious effort on the part of every government to provide funds to the Minister of Roads and Highways. But the network size continuously increase, and you need to help us to look at that. The rapid expansion requires considerable and consistent maintenance, and sometimes upgrading. If you come to the urban network, there's congestion. You cannot run away from that. We need to work on that. The unbridled expansion of the network is not sustainable. What do we do? Can we stop them? Maybe not. Can we use that as an opportunity? Maybe yes. But that, again, is left to you to help us. We also have capacity issues on the roads. On our trunk road system, we need to dualize. We need to reduce congestion. Those days between Adenta and Dodoa, you could do that in 10 minutes. Fast forward to 2017 or even 2020, it will take you another 2 hours to move between Dodoa and Adenta. So we have capacity issues. Land use planning. Infrastructure needs to lead development. Unfortunately, in our part, the people go ahead and we catch up. They go ahead, put up the house. The next infrastructure that comes is ECG or electricity. And even if you have a wide road, and unfortunately the ECG engineer, if he puts the poles in the middle, then everybody else starts shifting their fence walls. So by the time you come to do the road, you might be missing it. You have lost it. But a lot of countries, you need to do infrastructure first so that you can have a plan. People go in and they just encroach upon the water courses. Current investment needs to be protected. Basically, that we have to continue to do our routine maintenance and so on and so forth. And we have a huge maintenance backlog. And that will continue to count on you to help us resolve these issues. Thank you so much. And that's the context.
Thank you. Wow, that was Dr. Abbas. Please put your hands together one more time for Dr. Abbas Awalu. That sets the scene rather nicely for us. We want to just be sure that the panel is here. So let me just go through the names again. The AFDB's head of transportation, Sheila Achia, is supposed to be on Zoom. Let me just test. Hello, madam. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. I hope you can hear me too.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for joining us. We will take your comments after the next presentation briefly. So please stay on for us. Just to be sure as well that Eva Mens, Minister of Finance, is here. Thank you for being here. Now, Dr. Andani is also here. Thank you very much. Of course, we also have Prof. here with us as well. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is we're going to just go to Parliament briefly to hear from a man who's been on very interesting committees, former chairman of Finance Committee, now on the Economic Committee, if I'm not too mistaken. It's a committee committee. Wonderful. Honorable Kuku Kwating is an engineer, by the way. So he's in familiar territory. And he's MP for Obuasi West. All right. Let's welcome Honorable Kuku Kwating to give us Now that the problem has been put on the board, he would give us the first attempt from the parliamentary perspective. So Honorable Kwekwatin will give us some brief remarks from the parliamentary perspective. Thank you very much. Put your hands together one more time for him.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and hello to our distinguished guests and panelists. I'd like to make 3 brief points. Then we can listen to our panelists who all try and learn from them. The first point relates to what we are calling a financing gap. So when I saw the topic and they said a financing gap, I said a gap between what and what? I suspect that by financing gap, we are probably looking at what the road sector wants. And every budget year, the road sector has a huge appetite to do roads. Maybe it's a gap between that and what the Ministry of Finance can provide. I don't know. It is also possible that by this gap, we're looking at maybe the developed countries, seeing the kind of road network they have, and we compare it with ours, and then the difference we say that is a gap. We ought to clarify that. I have a suggestion. I think we should look at our own medium-term fiscal framework. That in the medium term, how much are we able to realize as a country by way of inflows? And then we look at our expenditures and make a conscious decision to invest a certain amount in roads or in roads infrastructure. That is what should be our target. It can't be that the gap is some ideal that you have no way of achieving and what you have. When you do that, the risk is that you have a lot of road arrears. It hurts your contractors. It then follows to hurt your financial services sector, and it all comes back to the economy and our everyday life. So I think our panelists should maybe put a little more flesh on that for us, and let's have some clarity on what ought to be the gap, so that when we're discussing the gap, we're clear what we're discussing. I mean, in respect of the suggestion I made, I would have wished that when we are discussing the gap, we are really discussing what, per our own plans, we ought to have invested. And maybe as a result of revenue underperformance, because if you said you want to put, say, 20% of your total inflows for a particular year in the development of road infrastructure, and you are not able to do that because you have revenue shortfalls, that is a legitimate gap to discuss. And then we would see, maybe we want to cover that in the subsequent years. That would be, for me, manageable and would not become a problem on the fiscal. That's the first point. My second point is on the prioritization of the road segments we want to do. When we have decided how much is available for the development of road infrastructure in a particular year, it's important that we ask ourselves, which road segment in the country do we want to do? I am a politician, and especially in an election year like this, if you told me that there's some money for road development, the first question I'm asking myself is that, which road would I do to maximize votes? Now, that may not necessarily be the most optimal investment to do, because you want to put the roads where you will be able to support economic activity that would grow your revenues so that you can pay for wherever you got the money from. If we don't do that prioritization properly, I think some prioritization is done, but given the arrears we have in the road sector, maybe we need to look at that more closely and see if we cannot improve that. You know, when the finance minister spoke, he said, we want to invite the private sector to come and support. Of course, we want to do that. Look, the private sector people, they are smart, profit-making people. If you give them a road segment and they do the financials, they are probably going to ask for a certain minimum revenue guarantee. That is to say, if I put my money into this investment, into this project, the expectation is that by tolling or by some other sources of revenue for the project, I should be getting so much. Otherwise, the project is not viable. So government, if you want me to come in there, then we have to sign a minimum revenue guarantee agreement. Now, we are trying to run away because we don't want this to come and sit on the budget. That's why we are pushing it to the private sector. It may not be as feasible. It may not be as feasible, and so prioritization is so critical if we really want to finance our road infrastructure in a realistic way and in a way that would not hurt other sectors of the economy. The final point I want to make is maybe to, have become notorious for always attacking politicians. It's to be politicians and it's to us politicians and maybe the media. Look, we need to beat down the expectations of our people in respect of road infrastructure. As I go around campaigning, you go to a community that has 50 settlers and 50 people. And as soon as you tell them they should vote for you, the first thing they draw your attention to is the road from the center of town to their community. There is a certain expectation that we are entitled to tarred roads as a matter of right. And now, there are communities who would take offense if you were going to develop a road infrastructure for them and it wasn't asphalt. And then they have the videos from other places and they say, how come you went to this place and you did asphalt? And look at the number of votes you get from here and you're doing sapiti. And then that becomes pressure on politicians, and then we also go to the roads minister, and you put as much pressure on him as possible. Ultimately, it leads to, in my opinion, the wrong decisions being made as to which ones we should put money in. So my conclusion on that is, collectively, let's begin to beat down the expectations of our people. It's unsustainable to keep expanding and tiring the roads. The money is just not there, and we should not pretend that we may be able to do so. I would close by saying that if we budget well and we are clear in our minds how much we are putting in road infrastructure development, and we prioritize, it will help explain to people why these particular road segments are being done and why theirs would have to wait. And then the expectations will not be as much as we are facing now. I thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Honorable Kweku Kwarteng, for those provocative thoughts, particularly on what gap there is to fill and also the need for expectations to be managed. So what we're going to do is to start with the AFDB. As we've said, development finance is a very key part of this. The African Development Bank is one of the most important for us on the continent. And we're privileged to have a woman whose name sounds like she's from Ghana, but maybe she'll confirm it herself. Sheila Enyonam Achia, Transport Engineer, AFDB. She's joining us virtually. Madam, thank you so much for joining us. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Here in Accra, we are clapping for you. So please, you have the floor. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, I'm told. We are managing the time. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. You are muted. Somebody's muted. Try again. It says unmute her. All right. So we'll try that again. Thank you, Sheila. Have you sorted that out?
Yes, I am unmuted now.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for having me. Congratulations to the Guyana Highway Authority on the 50th anniversary. And yes, Bernard, I am Ghanaian, very, very Ghanaian, 100% Ghanaian. On this day when we are talking about bridging the infrastructure, the funding gap for transport infrastructure in Ghana, I like to put it in a little bit of context, looking at the continent. Africa will still have to spend close to about 8 billion every year on transport. So what we need to also look at is how much Ghana has to spend in that context. That means that we really do need to raise some serious funds yearly for transport infrastructure, and most importantly, road infrastructure in Ghana. What are the logistics that we need to make sure that we are still in international standards and building roads and transport infrastructure that meets the benchmarks that have been set? What are our governance records? What policies do we have in place to make sure that even when the funding is made available, these infrastructure can be delivered in timely and in a policy that sits and benefits the country? What are we looking at the cost of delivering these infrastructures? Sometimes we look at the budgets that are allocated for road constructions in Ghana, and they are some of the highest costs in the sub-region. So why is that the case? And how do we need to look at that to make sure it can attract the good financing that it needs? Our transport systems and road systems are still highly fragmented. How are we integrating them with other transport systems? We still have high cost of movement on these roads. As much as we increase the infrastructure and build upon the infrastructure, how are we making sure that the cost of using this infrastructure is also reduced for the beneficiaries? And then looking at all the other key challenges that we might face. That is where the African Development Bank comes in. As you know, the bank is a premier development financial institution which focuses on reducing poverty and improving living conditions on the continent with a mission and objective of spurring sustainable economic development and social progress in its regional member countries. We have 3 constituent institutions who work legally separately, but have a common goal of supporting the continent. We have the African Development Bank, the African Development Fund, and the Nigerian Trust Fund. And we want to make sure we are mobilizing all these resources to be able to support these member countries. Why is it easier to work with African Development Bank? Because we have the vast experience on the continent. And especially in Ghana, we are one of the biggest funders of transport and road infrastructure in the country. We have the broad knowledge, both of the public sector, as a public sector partner, and as a strong private sector partner. We are honest brokers. We have the strong membership from all the 54 countries. So if we can't even find the money, we will make sure that we can leverage this partnership to be able to get the money to support these infrastructure. We have the financial muscle because we have a strong credit rating from the international community. We also have the public interest at heart. So what we are looking at, what is best for all the stakeholders, both investors, financiers, employees, governments, local communities, international communities. And we have the long-term view. We consider what is best in the long term in terms of looking through market cycles and crises. And we are the risk taker. We are ready to put capital at risk for countries and sectors to lead the way for private investors to come in. And definitely we are there to develop, to maximize development and not to maximize profits. So make sure that the resources is enhanced to impact every aspect of the project. And we do this through these 3 instruments that I've initially mentioned. The African Development Bank in the country has been focused on providing transformational projects that doesn't just put a road in a point from A to B, but make sure that it impacts the community that we are in. And I can talk about the Fufusu Solar Project in the north that constructed 145 kilometers of road, but made sure that every community on that road was impacted through health, through education, through tourism, through agri, and through water and sanitation. We have the transformational 4-tier interchange, first ever in the West Africa, the Pokwasi interchange, which just didn't put the interchange in Pokwasi, but also make sure we impacted on women and children learning through ICT. So this is what we bring onto the table. We just don't give you the funds, we lead the way to make sure that these funds actually go in to make the impact that we want it to make. When it comes to us now pulling in the private sector, we have been poised and we have been talking with government on how to make sure that it is not just having a PPP deal, but make sure that the preparatory work that leads to having investors have that belief that they can do a PPP is there. And we've been engaging government in making sure that this preparatory work is done. I'm sure we would have opportunities to talk about how that is done and how we can elaborate on that. But the bank is an African bank. The bank is our bank and has been making this effort to make sure that this financing gap, as big as it is breached. So we are happy to be on this panel today, and we are happy to have the discussions that will help make sure that at the end of this conference, we would have the steps that we can take to have fruitful solutions to the discussions we are having today. So this will be my opening statement, and I thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. Put your hands together one more time for Sheila Enyona Machia. And you brought it home nicely with those very powerful comments. Now, we'd like to bring up quickly, and by the way, our moderator is in the person of David Fosu-Dote. He's already here. He's been here since morning. Put your hands together for David. He's basically saying I should introduce the panel to do their 5 minutes, then he will take over and put things together. So, David, thank you for giving me the floor. Oh, it's reduced from 5 to 3. The gap is getting smaller. Okay. So now I want to know the current state of road financing in Ghana. And let's welcome Eva Menz, who is the Chief Director, Ministry of Finance, who has served diligently all years. Should we bring the chairs now? Or all right. So please bring the seats back up stage. So the panel members will sit at once. Okay, wonderful. So Eva, you have brought the chairs. So please bring the chairs back upstage and then the mics as well. So you wait for us to bring the chairs. So maybe let me invite all the panel members. Let me go through the list quickly. So Ms. Eva Menz, those of us who are in media, we know her very well. Chief Director, Ministry of Finance, and she's been working hard for Ghana for many, many years. We are very privileged to have now Dr. Alhassan Andani, former MD of Stambik, who's also the Paramount Chief of Pishigu. And he's also the chairman of LVS Africa now. We're so happy to have you. Round of applause for him. We also want to bring up Dr. Lordina Amoa, who is a senior lecturer finance, University of Ghana Business School, whose PhD is in development finance. So she will tell us about money and how to channel it properly. Put your hands together for Dr. And we are very happy as well to have Professor Kwame Ado, who's a development architect, who has some amazing ideas about not just the built environment, but urban planning and all the rest of it. Professor Ado, thank you very much for being here with us as well. So, how are we going to do this? David has to sit somewhere. And David Ofosu-Dote is, of course, a well-known legal practitioner, founder of AB and David Africa. And they've been working across the continent in many sectors, also built environment, infrastructure, finance as well, one of the key minds in our PPP issues. So maybe, David, how are we going to do this? Are you all coming up right now? So they all speak for 5 minutes? Yes. 3 minutes? Okay. Okay, come and take over. The way he's talking 3 minutes. So maybe let the panel come and sit I know some of you have slides, but even while we sit, you can still show them. You can come and stand. So, Professor Ado, come and join us. Have I missed anybody on the panel? Dr. Amoa is here. Na is here. Ivament is here. Enyonam is on the Zoom. So, Eva's comments will be around the current state of road financing in Ghana. Na will talk about innovative financing models for road development. And then Dr. Lordina will speak about public-private partnerships. And then David will put everything together. So we need to move this. You need to move. We don't need this. Move this away. We need to move this to the side. Oh, is it connected? Testing 1, 2. All right. So, David, let me give the floor to Eva. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Hello. Thank you very much. And good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? It is afternoon to the distinguished, my distinguished panelists and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have a couple of questions that I asked when I was giving the topic for the discussion. I also posed a question, which gap are we looking at? Which gap are we trying to close? As we heard from the Vice President and my minister, there are always tensions between what is available and what is required. Before I even attempt an answer to the question, there's a whole context of budget preparation, and that's where I want to start from. A budget is prepared based on assumptions on the revenues that will be collected, as we would all have agreed on which taxes we want collected by the state. On the basis of that, assumptions are made on expenditures. Already before you even start talking about expenditures, the law requires that you give DACF 5% of all revenues that are collected. You give Get Fund a portion of it. You give Road Fund a portion of it. You give 12 other statutory funds a portion of the revenues, and then you have a little left. You take out compensation. In other countries, compensation is really not a statutory requirement, but in Ghana it is. You can never reduce your compensation budget allocation. So you take out compensation, and then we have education, teachers, doctors, lawyers, teachers, doctors, and health infrastructure. By the time you are done with that, you have less than 10% of the budget left. So if you have expenditures of 240 billion, chances are what you have to distribute between goods and service and capex is about 30 billion. So for 2020, we did good. We gave Ministry of Roads about 4 billion, and then we set aside about 4 billion extra for under arrears vote, because we have a program with a fund, and part of the program requires that we reduce the arrears. Not only do we have to reduce the arrears, we do not have to accumulate arrears. And that's where the tensions are. Because two things, you have a limited budget. You have a budget that's appropriated by Parliament. And budgeting means setting a limit to what you can spend, a limit on the overall envelope, and a limit on what you program for each economic classification. That's goods and service, capex, and compensation. Beyond that, you also set a limit on what you can even give to an MDA. That's why the Ministry of Roads will have to go to Parliament and secure approval for the budget allocated to them within the whole envelope. So that is done. We set limits. What happens? And that's where the tensions arise. Ministry of Roads will go ahead, will go ahead and make a commitment sign a contract. Most of the time, you are not even privy to the contract. And that's something, systemic issue we'll need to address. So you sign a contract, and in that contract, there's no limit to what a contractor can do. So any contractor that has resources and has a contract, and it's a 500 million contract, 100 million city contract, 200 million city contract, that contractor, if he can mobilize resources, can work as much as he can. And that is not aligned to the law, to the appropriation law that says that Ministry of Roads, this is your limit. So we have a problem right from there. The contracting, the commitment, the project design itself, and how it is financed. So here we are in the Ministry of Finance, we have limits on the budget. Our job is to make sure that we stay within the appropriation. That's our job. When we go to Parliament and we submit a 240 billion expenditure to Parliament and Parliament approves it, our job at the Ministry of Finance is to make sure that we stay within those limits, stay within the limit that's been allocated to roads and highways, stay within the limits that has been given to as CAPEX, and also stay within the limit in terms of totality, whether it's arrears or the total budget. However, most of the contractors in this room would have contracts that says that you can do as much work as you can. And if you don't pay you in 90 days, you'll start collecting interest on delayed payments. And so the next thing, Alaji mentioned it. When you see how much you spend this year.
30 seconds.
Okay. Two points. When you see the budget, the expenditures we've made this year, we spent almost 10 billion this year. Do we have 10 billion worth of roads that have been constructed? No, we don't. Chances are we get about 50% of the value, because most of the resources that we would have paid will go into interest on delayed payments. Because we have a contract that says that, we have contracts in this room that says that in 90 days, pay us or it attracts interest. So we are paying using half of the money that we do not have to pay interest. But let me end, moderator, on this note. Prioritization. I drove on the Accra-Kumasi road, and I called the chief director. I said, this is an indictment on us as a people, because for almost 20 years, that road has been under construction. It's just a manifestation of our lack of prioritization. That one road, the major road in this nation, connecting the two cities in this country, the two cities where the most volume of roads thrive on, it has taken us almost 20 years to complete that road. That is a manifestation of our inefficiency, our lack of preparation, and we need to address that. Those are institutional issues, they're systemic issues. So it's not just closing the gap, it's getting value, prioritizing, and ensuring that the little resources that we generate in this country, we get value for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands for Eva. So I'm going to stick straightly to the 3 minutes because we want to have a very stimulating discussion. Before I come to you, Lordina, who have your next 3 minutes, just as a guy, the first time I became a consultant for the Accra-Kumasi Road was 1998. So it's 26 years in my view, more than 20. Lordina, what's your opening comments and statements on the gap?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to all of us gathered here on this august occasion. And very honored to be called on to give some insights on this particular issue. So, following from what Madam Eva has actually explained, we can see that there's a limit to how far government can go. And because of this limitation, it's extremely important that we explore other innovative options. And that is the reason why the discussion on public-private partnerships has become a very important one, not just in Ghana, but in many other developing economies. Alluding to what our MP spoke about when he talked about bringing in the private partner. as we know, the private partner is always interested in making a good return. As he mentioned, they are smart guys, and they are interested in making as much as they can make on these public infrastructure projects. However, I want to also put in this caveat that particularly when we talk about public-private partnerships, we are looking at projects that last over a long period of time. And hence, whereas the private party may come in with requests for some form of guarantees, as he mentioned, the minimum revenue guarantee, it is also one thing that we can also consider, given the long-term nature of PPP projects. Indeed, we know that if they are properly designed, then over time it gives the government some level of financial flexibility. Whereas in the case of using other traditional options, the government may not have that form of flexibility. We know that when the private partner also comes in, they bring in a lot of expertise. They're also able to leverage on some form of financial innovations in order to be able to help make the project bankable. So in certain countries, we've seen that other government supports may also become very, very critical. I know that for the Accra-Tema motorway, the government put in about 380 for the viability, 380 million for the viability fund. In other places, you will see that the modeling of the PPP has mainly been very dynamic in that they're able to explore different approaches where they bring in other players, other forms of capital from the capital market and other international bodies who are able to also support in order to be able to deliver these public services and design the payment over a period of time in such a way that government is able to have some level of flexibility and also gain in terms of
30 seconds.
Delivering these important services. Apart from all of these financial flexibilities, we can also look at the design. In Ghana, we've had a lot of design issues in terms of road construction, design pertaining to roads that are not, in terms of quality standards, in terms of including pavements and other accessories to the road. But the private sector helps in order to be able to provide a comprehensive output for road infrastructure projects. Okay. And I think it's something that we should explore going forward.
I would definitely come. Let's put our hands together for Ledina for her opening statements. I'll come back to you definitely. Now, before I go to the finance man, Prof. Ado, I'm coming to you for your 3 minutes. What's your comments on the topic, your 3 minutes, and if you can leverage from where Lodina left off regarding design, knowing your background.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here. I would comment basically on the two previous speakers, the incredible things that we are all trying to expound on here. But I would like to really say the absence of an overall integrated, comprehensive plan. You see, roads and highways, they are the wire framework of the nation. In other words, they are connecting all the different enclaves, tourism, production centers, mining enclaves, and human settlements. So first, that has to be understood. I normally say that if you cannot see where you want to go, you will not get there. As a visual person, I like to try to show what I'm talking about so that we can start to bridge the gap of understanding. And there are two main people to sensitize. We have the people of the land who have to get to know what they really have and what is going to come to them, integrated. If it is multimodal transportation, let's see how it's going to work out. Then we have the development partners or the private sector initiatives and the banking community who would also want to see the benefit from their investment. So this is where the two things are now coming together. When we start to leverage and understand what we really own and balance it against what we owe, I'm very sure that we'll start to see where we meet, because we have to finally know what we have as a people. Each region has to evaluate and know exactly what it has. I've been doing extensive work on that, where I can give a value, a resource value, or assets of interest of each region based upon certain commodities. And based upon that, that begins to be a major leverage point. We're not only talking about mining assets, but also agriculture and human. So when we start to present this picture to people who want to come and help and come and get involved in our development process, we are seriously bridging that gap, because we have to also always have a plan so that whoever wants to come and build upon can also see where they are fitting in. And then all the other issues become secondary. That is why I'm very glad that Ministry of Finance are really in line with understanding the totality and how we integrate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Let's put our hands together for Prof. So, Chief Andani, what's your opening comments? And then we can then commence with a discussion here on this. You have your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. As usual, I was coming here knowing that Ghanaians are not short of ideas on how to solve this problem. And everything that I've heard from the politicians to the technical people says that we know everything. What is lacking is disciplined execution. Disciplined execution. But I just want to also top up very quickly. I can't take off my finance hat. When Honorable Kweku Kwarteng was trying to interrogate the gap, I wanted to find out, he didn't add the other gap. The other gap is works that you have already executed, which are sitting on the books of banks that are not yet on the budget that Eva has spoken about. You know, and indeed, if you go back to the financial crisis, part of that gap, which sat on the books of banks on account of contractors that they had financed who were not paid within 90 days. In fact, the average certificate life is about 18 months, if you're lucky. Some have gone more than 5 years. So if you gave a certificate discounting facility, which was only for 90 days, and you now have it for 5 years, you classify it as what they call non-performing loans. And that is actually one of the biggest dislocators of the financial sector, which led to all of the problem, plus other things that people did that they should not have done. But having said that, it was quite sobering to hear, I think it was a Minister of Finance, and which has been so well endorsed by the Chief Director, Eva, that government admitting for the first time that we can't do it all. We cannot do it all. And I think the Vice President also said so. So for me, I think the context of innovative financing is now evolving. We are now having a mature conversation where we have to have a serious plan around what we want to do around the road network. And again, when you state gap, which gap? Because there are some rules that are financial. They are so financial that if you say people, financiers will be falling over themselves to come and take it, it's profitable. There are some that are economically viable, but yes, they are financially viable, but over a long period of time. Then you have roads that are social. So for the people in the constituents who feel entitled, they are probably looking for social roads. So again, we have to have this master plan that speaks to an economic index of development, that you have roads that are financial, and I will invite the financial sector to come and take it. Roads that are economic, which, you know, have that long-term financial viability, but has economic, you know, benefits that are not easily quantifiable. So that I would invite some financial, some development partners, and some. Then, of course, the social part of it, we do all sorts of crowdfunding, we do community engagement. So again, I'm sure we can come to that, but I'm excited because We're beginning to have mature conversations where government's role as a Father Christmas is now being admitted, and we should stop pretending that we have what it takes to provide everything every Ghanaian wants, and stop those pronouncements, particularly for Honorable Kweku Kwata and his people who are on platforms. Let us say, that our budget is this and we can't do more than that. And then give what is financially viable to those of us who know how to do it and do it well.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. Okay, so now we're going to have the discussion, and just by way of question, some of my questions are going to be difficult. Yes, when I say difficult, because knowing the background of where you are, because I want us to have a very stimulating discussion and face the reality. And the Vice President asks us to be very frank in the discussion. So I will give you an idea of the question ahead of time. So I'm going to come to Eva, and the question will be how so many of the things we've done have failed. And then from there, I'll be coming to you, Lordina, on PPP, back to PPP. But Eva, just to set you in context, and I'm sure you and I know each other for long. Some of us have been around for a very long time. Interestingly, Mr. Bissam was introduced as the pioneer. I have had the occasion to work with every single chief executive of GHA from Mr. Bissam, every single one of them, as a consultant, as a committee member, etc. And some of us have written articles on GHA's history right before NRCD 298, from the time it was part of PWD to Works and Housing to where we are. Now, I'm coming to you on this. Several attempts have been made to close this so-called gap. In fact, after the setting up of GHA, Road Fund was one of the ways to close that gap. The gap got bloated rather than closed. Now, one of the things you said, which I find surprising, is the fact that the road sector keep awarding contracts which is not matched to what the Ministry of Finance is. And I want to draw your attention back to two things the Ministry of Finance did in the past. One was the certificate of commencement, so that they cannot commence any works without taking permission from you. The other one is gift mix. And gift mix was to make sure that every road project has a gift mix number. So exactly what has made these systems fail, and why are we still having the gap when Ministry of Finance really has the whip to ensure they don't do what you are saying they are doing?
Thank you very much. I think that the Ministry of Roads and their contractor friends here will be in a better position to answer that question. Because on my table now is a request for commencement, right? And there are a number of routes on that sheet, and the discussion has been, how do you expect us to fund this? Because I checked just before we came to see the number of projects that we have on our books. And we have almost 10,000 projects currently ongoing, 10,000. And the contract value of those 10,000 projects is about 135 billion. Yes, 135 billion. Out of that, about 60 billion has been paid. The contract has been worked on. We have an outstanding bill of 96 billion. If you look at our medium-term outlook, both on the fiscal side and on the expenditure side, there's no way we can pay for all those projects in 3 years, even if we don't award any contract this year. If we don't award any contract for the next 3 years.
Even within the MTEF framework?
Within the MTEF framework, if we don't award any contract for the next 3 years, we still will not be able to pay on time all the contracts that we currently have on our books. That's a scary thought. So I want us all to go home and think about it. How do we make sure that we manage that portfolio of projects and ensure that the banks do not fail, that contractors are not stressed out and not lined up either on roads? They spend more time on our corridors than on the work sites because the banks are chasing them to pay, and we don't have the room to accommodate them. And so you have something in budget. You talk about commencement. That hasn't worked. Now we do what we call budget rationing. It is not the optimal way of providing resources because it is discretionary. And in public sector, in public service management, what you do not want is the exercise of discretion. I don't want to be in a position where I have to choose between this file and that file. Where I have to choose between paying for this road and paying for that road. That should not be a decision I get to make. That decision should be made based on what is exigent, what have we budgeted for. We paid a visit to the UK to look at their system, and they had an operations room like the GIFMIS. And every day somebody's reviewing which one came in, which one will be due in 90 days. And they pay that.
In order.
Pardon me?
In order.
In order. I wish I had a system like that. That as and when it comes in, we pay in 90 days. Our financial sector will be vibrant. They will have reduced NPLs. And if we do the prioritization right, it means that the most important roads will get done before the social roads.
Okay.
And will generate the economic value that we need to pay for the other roads. Okay. But here we have every community demanding roads. And we see the roads sprawling everywhere. Sometimes you are driving and for 1 hour you haven't met another vehicle. And you're wondering, who decided that this road has to be done? Who made that decision? Who made that choice?
Yeah. Thank you, Eva. I will definitely be coming back to you.
I have quite a lot to say, but I will.
Yes, I will come back to you. I can see Abbas moving his head, but unfortunately you can't come back on the stage since you set the whole tone. But
I like you will not be happy with me, but it's okay.
But Lorena, I'm coming to you now. You talked about PPPs. I don't know whether you've actually looked at how the PPP quote-unquote system has worked in Ghana, and particularly I'm looking at Act 1930, which brought the PPP framework. So you have a situation where that law came into force 2011, if I'm right. But the first road sector PPP is the Accra-Tema motorway you are talking about. And just for disclosure, I'm the transaction advisor who structured it, so I don't want to go beyond that. Having said that, why do you think it takes so long to deliver a PPP project? I mean, from your point of view as somebody from academia having studied. Because if it takes so long, the private sector has no time and the financiers have no time to wait for it. I mean, what do you think are the causes and what can we do to make sure that we now bridge the time gap on delivery of PPPs?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So, as you mentioned, the policy came into being way back 2011. And from 2011 up to 2024, we're now having our first PPP, road sector PPP project, essentially. That's our Accra-Tema motorway project. It tells you about the commitment to PPP projects by government over time. One thing that we need to note when it comes to PPP projects is the fact that usually they are long-term in nature, and we have a political cycle that runs from 4 years, and then we go to the next, depending on who is going to come on and whether they're going to have the political commitment and the willingness to be able to proceed with the contracts that have been entered into by previous government. Already in this country, we seem to have a challenge with project continuity. And that has been one of the issues, especially in the infrastructural development area. So I believe that one of the key things that can help going forward, if we want to go the way of PPP projects, is to be able to ensure that the political risk is curtailed. In that, you wanted to say?
No, go ahead.
So in that, contracts have to be prepared and designed in such a way that they are immune from any form of political risk over time. And then, as we know, because of the nature of the financial commitments that government may have to also make in order to make some of these projects bankable, we are supposed to be looking at certain amounts that may be able to help with the viability of the project that may be promised to some of the private sector partners. So essentially, I am of the strong belief that it is mainly the issue of political risk. Because if the buy-in is there, then we'll be able to proceed with these projects. And the private sector will feel safe enough to be able to commit to some of these projects and proceed with them.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, coming to you, and I'm coming from the angle of design, but design as it relates to cost. And the Honorable Kwekukwati made a comment or made some list of this whole determination of gap. I have about 6 other issues to add to it, but I'm not a speaker, so I will leave that for now. My question is from somebody who is quite experienced in urban design, and Abbas did talk about the urban sprawl. There are some things that I think we overlook. It has to do with the effect of resettlement of project-affected persons when it comes to roads. Because we seem to be talking about the gap, forgetting that at times the gap is resulted from an increasing cost, the cost build-up of roads. So if a lot of people have to be resettled, I'm on one project, and Abbas knows what I'm talking about, where there are 5,000 affected persons, some of who just popped up with kiosks overnight. And you have to do your resettlement, and you have to do your PAPs and RAPs and all that. So it increases the cost. So there is a general belief, which I think some of us must correct, that cost per kilometer is the highest that we have. That statement actually is not true. It is because we have quite a lot of compensation to make, which Iba referred to. Now my question is, how do you see us adopting a new approach to redesign particularly our urban areas and our settlements so that it doesn't end up being an unnecessary cost on the development of roads?
Thank you very much. I'll just give a quick message. In the Western world or in the Eastern world, when they want to develop, the issue of being organized is the number one thing. But they have to show the people what they intend to do. That means that there has to be a laid-down plan. That plan can be shown in the form of an architectural model where you can sensitize the people on what is yet to come in the next 50 years, in the next 100 years. But that plan has to be there physically so that people can visit it and know what is going to happen. So it's the issue of sensitization. Without that plan, as I'm trying to say, we will still be firefighting. And that is why today we are where we are. I've worked extensively on the issue of urban development, starting from our capital. And clearly, all the warnings, all the signs have been shown. But if we don't have a buy-in of a common vision, where we can all go and see, from the school children, from those yet unborn, to the technocrats, to the government officials, and of course, to the development partners who want to know really what you want. So, for once, if we start to show what we really want, I am very sure that you have people's buy-in. So it is a clear issue of what strategy we take to have a good buy-in. In other words, we have to know how we market or package those ideas. So no matter how incredible the design is or how technically viable it is, still I would have to see and know how it's going to connect. The interrelating issue is how each of the different departments, that's why I'm always referring to roads and highways as the wire framework, because they are dovetailing in every area. And as soon as we talk of urban spaces, we're clearly talking about housing. We're talking of recreational facilities. We're talking about commercial areas. So all of these things are going to then marry into economic activities. So we hope that this plan should be visible to all. But you see, we have to start somewhere. Otherwise, we're going round in circles. There has to be finally a plan that we can all take a look at and say, okay, and where it shows everybody's involvement, not only roads and highways, but how the water pipelines are going to be, where are the drainages. And this starts from the macro level, from the country as a whole, then is broken down into the regional issues, and it gets deeper down into the hometowns. These all have to be rolled out. And I'm sure we've had them before, but the issue now is we want to see it, and then so that we can believe in something. Otherwise, we'll be firefighting.
Okay, thank you. After Dr. Andani, I'll be coming to the audience if you have any questions or comments, but limit the comments. If you have a comment, it should not be more than 30 seconds. If you have questions, it should not be more than 1 minute. So get it ready. If it's more than a minute, I'm going to cut it. We want to be very interactive. Now, Dr. Andani, I hear a lot of talk about PPPs, etc. And it's as if PPPs is going to solve the problem. And I think Eva alluded to it. PPPs have a recourse component. And as soon as there's a recourse component, it is still back to public budget. Aside that, if the PPP is not structured in such a way that you have a viability gap scheme where government has funded it, which is how the PPP structure in Ghana was designed anyway, to take care of that, then really we have not solved the problem, because you are still bloating public sector debt and the financing gap will not be there. My question to you is, what does it take from a banking or a financial perspective for you to look at a project and say, notwithstanding everything you know, notwithstanding all the challenges in the economy, you will finance a private sector to deliver a road? So, for example, is it when the road is done using only CD so we don't have FX challenges? Is it when the road must be completed within the 4-year cycle of a political cycle so there's no political risk, as Lordina? What exactly will make you, I don't want you to tell us the problems. I want you to tell us what will make you actually finance a road with the private sector without recourse to the public sector.
Thank you very much. Look, I am not a fan of any investor who comes here and says he wants a sovereign guarantee for anything. I tell them, sorry, that's not the development formula. Our needs are so many. If the government has to guarantee, we are more guaranteeing 100 years of earnings, and nobody can support that. PPPs do not need to fall on government, except for 2 reasons. One, policy stability, and policy stability. So you say that this is your policy, and the private person sits out there, picks up the policy, sees an economic opportunity, and designs a solution, and comes to partner with you. One, because you're sovereign. If it is roads, you have so many land administration, traditional land administrations to pass through. So government owns that piece of it, then policy stability. If you can guarantee that, and I can see the economic flows, I will finance it. However, the consequence is that if the project fails because your political and policy guarantees fail, then yes. But sometimes, we almost falling over each other, trying to get the road. It's a PPP, and literally at the end of the day, the government has tied itself in a PPP agreement that makes you take 110% of the risk. Nobody's compelling you to do that. The private P is not coming for you to benefit from any guarantee calls. He's coming to benefit from economic flows, financial flows, guaranteed by policy. But what we have in this country, there's so much policy variability, there's so much political interference that it's almost difficult. And I will say that at least I remember, I've been in financial services for a long time, spent all my adult life in there. And the number of ministers of finance I've run to, every time there's a change of government, to say, please, don't do these forensic audits and throw payments 3 years ahead. Otherwise you're going to disrupt these. But every single one of them, without exception, have had to stop the ball. That's a significant risk that any PPP partner will say, hey, I need some sovereign guarantees for it. So we got to have disciplined execution and say, what do I want? I want to facilitate, and I want a policy to facilitate. But the execution, leave it to the private sector. I'll give you another example very quickly. Goldfields did a road between Takwa and Abasu. You know, this was purely on self-serving economic basis. But the struggle to even just take control and execute that project on time, on budget, was atrocious. I sat on the board, so I knew exactly what I'm talking about. So again, do you want that asphalt road? Yes. And there's a private company that's going to do it to the best international standards. But the to and froing was atrocious. So we should just step back and be government, have policies, have, you know, and stick on those policies. Building a road and benefiting from it is 25 to 30 years. So you can't have that variability.
Okay, so I'm coming to the audience now if anybody has a question. But meanwhile, if I'll be thinking about this question regarding the currency of denomination. There is always the delay component, and therefore we want to dollarize or index the ROSI. But my question to you, which I want you to be thinking about it, we have pension funds, huge amount of money sitting in pension funds. Why are we not allowing it to stimulate investments in the road sector, especially with PPPs, since, as Lordina said, this is patient capital, a 25-year cycle for repayment, and if you have a lot of Ghanaian contractors now who are now A1, B1, all of them are in this room, I know many of them, why are we still dollarizing the financing, and why can't we use pension funds? Yes, I saw a hand up there. I want that question before Eva comes. Yes, go ahead. Yes, Magnus, yeah. You have only 1 minute if it's a question, or 30 seconds if it's a comment.
Sorry, thank you very much. Comments, okay. I think whilst we do this, we also need to think sustainability beyond this gap. And why do I say that? The places we go to borrow from, where do they get the money? Where do they get the money? These are people's savings. And I think if we will get out of this in the longest term, we need to advance and introduce the culture of savings. And I'm borrowing this from one of the principles that Calvin espoused. The other thing is trust. Trust. These two things, as a people, I think that if we advance this as a people, will help us go beyond what we talk about. If you remember recently, government had to use 137 billion cedis of Ghanaian savings to shore up the restructuring of debts. These are Ghanaians' money. We think what we can do if we promote savings and how we can invest on our own. Secondly, we need to think sustainability. And while I say this, I'm looking at the role that railways, I know we're talking about roads, but how do we preserve our roads? If we build our railways, if we improve our waterways, we will save our roads. It was predicted from 2013 that 7 million tons of goods will be moved from here towards the landlocked countries. We are destroying our roads. If we build railways and waterways, it will help. The other issue is...
Your 30 seconds is up since
1 second more. Yeah. The issue of value for money that we undertake for projects.
Thank you.
I think we need to look at value planning and value engineering, where we can cost the projects optimally to know what it is. What we do now is that we take a project, look at how much it costs, and compare it to a proposed project, oftentimes without a detailed design. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Magnus. Is it Morrison? Oh, no, okay. Yes, go ahead. You have the microphone. And from there, I go to Eva before I come back to the audience again. Please keep it short. Is it a comment or a question?
It's a comment.
30 seconds, and strictly 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, we want to close the financing gap, but it's widening. And I think one of the issues that we have to address is the quality of roads we construct. I just received a video this morning, a road which was constructed about a year ago. It has deteriorated so much. So all the roads that we do construct, after a year or two, they come back, to add on to the roads which have not been constructed. So this is an issue that we have to look at critically. The quality of roads we construct. Some are so poorly done that after a year or so, they are as if.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That goes to GHA, that's supervision and standards. Okay, back to you, Eva, for the answer to the question. Yeah.
Dollarization issue.
Yes.
It's difficult to isolate some of these consequences of our actions, and that dollarization is as a result of we not paying on time and contractors thinking that if they had a contract in dollars, that protects them in terms of the value that they get. And so for as long as we continue to have this cycle, that would continue to occur. So we need to find a place and a time to break the cycle. And we need to sit in the room and have a conversation with both the Ministry of Roads and the contractors themselves. Because they say in Akan that if you cut your tongue and you eat it, you haven't eaten any meat. And that's exactly what we are doing. We are taking so much from us. We are taking all the projects. We are demanding our pound of flesh. It's coming from the same pot. And that extends the repayment period. And it's just a cyclical thing. You wait out, depending on what is available, you pay. It's not in anybody's interest that we have this kind of cycle. And we need that honest conversation. We need the demand for roads. Sometimes it even comes from contractors. I have friends among the contracting community, because if you've been in the ministry as long as I have, and you've seen them walking on the corridors and chasing their payments, they become your friends invariably. And then you tell them they are pursuing a commencement, and you tell them, you have payments. Just yesterday, you were asking to be paid, and you have all these complaints, and you are chasing another commencement. And so there is this demand for the roads, not only the communities, the contractors themselves, because it's work for them, and it's a competitive industry sector. So everyone wants to do well, wants to have their payment done. And I know I'm digressing from the issue of dollarization, but it's a result of the issue of contracting, of awarding contracts and contract management, and we need to deal with it fundamentally. Otherwise, we are not going anywhere.
But if I want to stay with you, I mean, and I think you are the most appropriate person to answer this. Way back in 1998, between 1998 and 2000, I had the privilege to lead a World Bank study called the Legal and Claim Specialist. That was during Mr. Bessam's time. And there were a lot of recommendations as how to solve a lot of these problems. It included recommendations on the criteria for selecting which roads should be done, and try to depoliticize the selection of roads, which again, Honorable Kugwa talked about. Is there anything that the Ministry of Finance is envisaging or doing to develop a criteria that goes to, let's say, MRH, and say, you don't even bring a project to Ministry of Finance for funding unless it has meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4. In that way, you shape the issue of the prioritization. Is there something we are doing or that we can think about? I mean,
yes, we've started a conversation around it. In fact, we have plans to have an infrastructure summit. A lot of work is being done. We are working with Prof here. Yes, it's important for us to prioritize. For me, it is so fundamental to the issue. And you know, even when you have prioritized, and I'll cite an example. I think in 2011, we decided that we wanted to clear all the arrears. And Alaji, if you recall, I don't know. So we cleared all the arrears. I mean, we started the year and we cleared all the arrears. Guess what? After the payments were made to the contractors, everybody went to work. And they worked so hard. By the middle of the year, we had a pile.
We built the arrears again.
We had a pile that the budget could not afford. So then the posturing is that, why do you even pay all of them even when you have the money? Because the more you pay them, they go out there and they work and they bring more invoices. So maybe you should pace yourself out. So
Okay.
it's a no-win situation. The more you pay them, the more they come back with invoices. This year, at the beginning of this year, we paid a lot of the contractors. Alaji is here. In fact, Bank of Ghana blamed us for creating inflation, and the city was devalued because we paid road contractors. Guess what? The same people we paid are now back and say, my invoices are coming. I'm like, so how do you expect us to meet those requirements? So we have an issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Luckily, Abbas will be giving the closing remarks. So when we get there,
I can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah, yes. But I have two questions on the floor. One, the gentleman, yes.
Hello.
And after that, I think is it Mr. Lochu who is next to you? After him, the gentleman next to you. Yes, the microphone should go here. Yes.
Yes. My name is Theophilus Cranton Annan. I'm a civil engineer who started practicing construction from my father's office, who was a civil servant when I was a very young guy. Yet all the discussion is being about central government, loans, be it concessional or bonds or whatever. The African Development Bank, I think in the 2020 paper, said Ghana needs about $1.5 billion to close the road.
Comment?
Both. You give me time.
You can't.
Okay, you just, $1.5 billion to close the roads infrastructure fund. But in all this, have you asked the citizens to pay something? Where I live, the properties there, most of them will be worth not less than $100,000. And since 2017, I and my classmates and a finance guy, we have looked at the figures to build the most viable and economic road, that is concrete roads, using concrete paving blocks. And we came out with a maximum cost of probably $7,500 per household. Has the government set up a scheme to take?
Thank you. So you are saying that for some communities we should recourse to the citizenry to support?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next person?
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Degbache. I'm also a civil engineer. I want to comment on the PPP. I've had a chance of working with a PPP investor. And the biggest problem is the revenue side. Our tolls are in cities. And they invest in dollars. Now, if you are taking one city today, within a year, that one city, if the one city is worth $1 today, within a year it's worth 0.8 or 0.7. Within the next year it's worth 0.6. Now, when they do their calculation, if they want to recoup the money in 30 years, looking at our inflationary and our, CD being weak against the dollar, sometimes the calculation takes them to 100 years. So we have to find a way of changing a law on tolls so that the PPP investors can charge their own tolls, different from what the government will give to the whole public. If we don't do that, we'll be talking about PPP for the next 20 years and it will not happen.
Thank you very much. I'm coming this way, but before you speak, Shelter, there have been two instances. If you take a look at the Compact 1 that the government signed, in the Compact 1, there was a promise to increase the tolls. Subsequently, all attempts to increase tolls somehow is affected also by political cycle, because a toll increase will affect governments, and these are things we need to solve. I just want us to put the... Mr. Honorable Kokukwati, there is something you may want to think about, and I'm making that suggestion so that you may pick it up at the floor of Parliament or in your committee because of the comment that came from the previous questioner. In Switzerland, the decision to do roads that is in the community is not a decision of, quote and unquote, the authority. It's a decision of the citizens. And they do it by referendum. So if you decide to expand this road, you discuss the level, whether it's asphaltic, concrete overlay, or gravel surface, or air surface. And in the morning when you are going to work, you vote. By the evening, they decide they don't want the road, or they want the road, or which one. It's as simple as that. So it will reduce the decision or the pressure on politicians to be deciding for the people in the community. You may want to look at that. Yes, Shelter, I think I saw your hand up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just want to make one small correction. I was involved with the PPP in Ghana Authority. I don't know where the figure of $380 million came from for VGF. I know the minister.
No, she didn't say VGF. She talked about $380 million for the.
What I heard was that $380 million VGF was provided for that project, but I think that is not correct. The Minister of Finance actually capped the VGF to $100 million. Now, I want to say that the PPP, which is being used as the panacea for our problems, actually, we have to look at ourselves as having been able to observe the sanctity of contract. If you want to invite investors into this country, I think what you are looking at is investors will be looking at how are you treating your own contractors in your own country. So if the contractors in a country are breaking down, they don't have the payment, you are asked that 90 days you will be given your payment, and then it takes up to 2 years. Some contractors have folded up. I also want to talk about the expectation.
Quick.
Yeah, the expectation, managing the expectation of our people. I think we have to create the expectation before we manage it. There's a lot of gap when you look at the infrastructure in our country. When you're leaving Accra to Kumasi, you have to deal with traffic from the city all the way out of the city. And the same happens when you're going to the eastern side, the same happens when you're going to the western side. So we have a lot of gap in terms of infrastructure.
Thank you.
I believe that, sorry.
Thank you. I think Shelter Dance. Let the next person have the microphone.
Thank you very much.
There was another hand up there. Oh, there wasn't any hand. Okay, then I'm coming to, before I come back to this side, yes, Dr. Andani has to leave. I'm going to give him the last chance, and Prof, from there, I'm also coming to you. So Dr. Andani, the question is, what criteria will you recommend that the public sector takes into account that will enable you to be able to rally private sector financing, leveraging both DFIs and commercial funding to help without going back to having the recourse to public sector? What are the, based on everything you've heard, what are at least 1 or 2 criteria you will recommend and leave with us before you leave?
I think it will be important, as Dr. Ado has said, that we have a master plan that has prioritized the various engagements, the various levels of roles that we want to do. We should actually understand which are the economic hubs that are easily, that we can easily toll, and even dollar index, so that the issues around payment doesn't become a problem. But essentially, that long-term plan, that medium-term plan, and holding it constant is very important for any form of financing. I think we can also declog the financing required for the urban centers. I mean, if we take Accra, if we look at the number of cluster of high-density, high-income suburbs that, every time there's a new government, a new minister pops up somewhere, that whole area is done. Let us declog Accra by putting this same concept, as you said, of those road development back to that community. Whether it's at the East Legon, whether it's airport residential, all those areas you can actually declog and put systems where people will be very happy to lead their own type of roads and control it. And again, there are several ways we can do it. All we need is government policy stability and consistency and prioritization. And keep to at least the short end of the payment. Because if government could just simply keep to the short end of the payment, then you'd see a lot more private sector funding coming in. But short-term financing that turns out to be long-term would kill any source of financing. Whether it's dollar-based financing, local financing, would be a problem. But there are a lot of innovative ways that we can sort of declog and take funding out of Accra, because you can never stop the urban drift. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Andani. He has to leave us. Yes, he apologized for leaving us, but we have just about 10 minutes to go. I'm coming to you, Prof. This is something that every single government has been guilty of. And I'm just reminded that Sheila is online, so from here, Sheila, I'll be coming to you regarding AFDB. Apologies for keeping you, which I had no idea. I thought you had left the panel. But, Prof, I'm coming to you. This is something every single government has been guilty of. In about 1988, thereabouts, we had only about 68 districts. Then we went to about 78 by the time we are entering the 90s. Then we went to 102 by 2000. Now we have 261, almost equivalent to the number of constituencies. Now, if you were doing any trunk road, the number of district assemblies you have to go to are so many that once you go to the private sector, which we seem to be talking about, the permits they need. I worked on a project from Makosombo to here. We had to go through about 15 separate district assemblies. Now, if you take Accra alone, we are now from 13 at the time the PPP policy and law were being drafted to 27. Since every government keeps dividing us into districts and at the political level, they are demanding assemblies and regions. How, in your view, can we stop this? Because it has an impact on town development, and it has an impact on the cost of financing and the cost of developing roads. What are your views on
Yes. In fact, together with the finance, I'll be launching a book called The Visions of Africa, which is actually the total vision of the whole continent with each country, but we're using Ghana as a case study. And it is handling all of these things in very much detail. And this will be next week. But the idea is that all of these questions that we're talking today have been in one way or the other elaborated upon, and it's to give us food for thought. I think we're all waiting for a guide, for a point of reference, for something that we can start to talk on, so that we can get the conversation going and get all the citizens involved, and also they can bring their ideas also to bear. But without any document of that nature, we will continue for a very long time coming up with insinuations.
Thank you. Back to the audience, there was a hand up. Yes, you, please.
Thank you. My name is Kwadwo Abuaji, former Chief Executive Highways and now a Member of Parliament. In the 40s, when the British Empire was shaken by requests for independence, they did a study, and it came out that of all the colonies they had worldwide, it was only Ghana and India, that time Gold Coast, thank you, and India, which were sustainable. If they gave independence to these two countries, they can survive. Unfortunately, we're given independence, and this is where we are. Now we are comparing ourselves against countries which are nobodies. If you compare yourself against any other African country, I think then we are begging the question. We should be comparing ourselves at the very worst with India, and therefore we should be doing better. Why are we in this situation? It's because we have become too unpatriotic. You have a government come on, they start a development plan, 40-year development plan. Then another government comes in, he throws it into the gutter. And therefore, we don't have continuity. When Prof was talking, he said in the East, they have plans for 50 years, for 100 years. And the children, even from the kindergarten, know approximately what may be happening because they play with those things. So it gets into the back of their head. And therefore, they are very, very patriotic. Without that, we will never progress. Because every government will come and throw the other one's plans, not only on the roads, but in the buildings and everything. We'll throw it overboard. Okay. Look at our educational system. It is happening. We came from the British to the American, and now we don't know where we are going. The other part of it is that when we start a project, like when we started the road fund, it was for maintenance. At a point, they were bringing in projects which were not maintenance-based. Development projects, because somebody saw that there was some money there and they could use it to pay for projects. In the end, we've collapsed the road fund. So we should get our priorities right. Ghana first. and everything else unimportant. Number two, our finances, we should take them seriously. The third one, is a request. I think this forum is good, but it is too short.
Yeah.
If it is possible to set up a group, maybe not more than 15, 20 people, including former chief executives, planners from other places, current work place in that, and so on, so that we can take our time to do some of this. I think it will really help.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, before going to Dr. Abedi, it's a comment I have made here, and I'll be asking Dr. Abbas to make sure that we actually do have a proper technical session of all the chiefs. I mean, there's no way we should come here and not hear somebody like Abisam but meanwhile we are running out of time. Yes, Dr. Abedi, that would be the last comment from the floor before I come back.
We looked at a number of problems, and I'm sitting down and I think there's one thing that connects all these problems. It's the lack of discipline that we have in our society. Do you hear me? What I'm trying to say is that we looked at a myriad of problems. And if you look around, they're all connected with the lack of discipline in this society at all levels. Because if we were disciplined, almost all the problems we talked about would be solved. And added to the lack of discipline is also the lack of transparency. So if we have discipline and we have transparency, no government would also come and throw away what a previous government had done. We would protect the right of way. Why do we have to pay for kiosks within the right of way? I mean, since Gach's Bay, everybody knows that if you have a trunk road, you have 100 feet on each side, which belongs to government. Why do we allow people to build there and then come back 20 years later, 50 years later, and pay them for breaking the law? Thank you.
Thank you. So, I come back to the panel, to Sheila, to give us your comments. And as I said, sorry for keeping you waiting. So, from an African Development Bank perspective, you are a development finance institution and you do fund a lot of projects. We talked about the Pokwasi interchange and other projects, and I'm aware about your funding of Terminal 3 as an example at the airport. What will it take for the African Development Bank to put in place, or what will you suggest as the way to go forward where your DFI financing bring in a lot of commercial sector financing so that private sector persons can actually help build roads? I mean, again, back without bloating public sector debt. Over to you, Sheila.
Thank you very much. So quickly, again, I think a lot of the challenges have already been highlighted by all the panel members and even those on the floor. But when it comes to it, the biggest thing for us, which is quite challenging, is having the policy framework available to work with. It's the biggest security for any private sector developer. If we don't have the laws and the PPP laws passed, and so that we know there's a framework that they can work comfortably in, it will be difficult to convince any private sector person to come in and make that investment, regardless of whatever securities or guarantees people like our bank, the African Development Bank, can't give to that person. So that framework needs, and that law needs to be holistically passed so that it's a working document, not us doing offshoots of it in different PPP projects, because it's not going to work. Again, the preparedness of the master plans, like Prof mentioned and Dr. Andani mentioned. We don't have the master plans. Our projects don't sit in that holistic master plan. So we are doing things in silos, which doesn't speak to each other. And then again, it doesn't give security to a private investor to come on board. Again, it's known that this sector has one of the biggest issues in terms of accountability. Even monies that are made available for projects, sometimes, like Chief Director said, you spend half of the money paying interest on delayed payments, and then you have the work that has to be done, the money is not there for it to be done. Why is that so? Why aren't we making sure that work is done within the time frame and payments is done within the time frames so that we can avoid such payments and losing such money. So again, that is something that doesn't give reassurance to the private sector community. So all these challenges and the other challenges that have been highlighted by my other colleagues and on the panel and even on the floor are some of the things that we gradually have to make sure we eradicate from the system to be able to make us comfortable to make the funding available. Because trust me, the funding is there. If your systems are not equipped to, are not ready, other countries would come for the funding because there's competition everywhere. So these are the few things I would like to highlight as challenges that is not helping with us making sure that the funding is available for our projects. Thank you very much.
Sheila, quickly before you go, probably a yes or no answer. I hold the view that there is more funding available than we are ready to take when it comes to infrastructure projects, and that the challenge is more about packaging and the discipline that will ensure that we can make projects bankable. Do you subscribe to that view from the AFDB perspective from where you sit?
You are totally right. I wouldn't, you are totally right, because at the end of the day, even when we have funding that is given based on allocations, again, we are shortchanged because when the factors and the criteria used in calculating these allocations are put in, because we don't have the strong matrices, our allocation is small. We are not able to access the bigger funds like other countries who have stronger systems, stronger matrices like GDP, economic situation. They are able to get bigger allocations than us. Even the capacity to use the loans that we have already been given are some of the matrices that are used to calculate these allocations, like in the bank. A loan has been given. It's taking 4 or 5 years before you utilize it. This is money sitting down to be utilized. But because of the bureaucracies in our systems, it is not being utilized. So the next time allocations are being made, it will go against you. They'll say you were giving some money, 5, 6 years, you've not used it. What assurance do you have to get more money? So again, the money is there, like you said, but we don't have the systems, we don't have the packaging and the readiness to be able to access it. And this is where the conversation should start from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time, but I will go to the two ladies on the panel before we wind up for very, very short answers. So first to you, Lordina, we've talked a lot about political risk, in particular from as an academic and a researcher. What do you think are some of the basic things we can do to minimize this, and especially during this cycle where politicians are likely to terminate previous contracts and things like that, which creates the risk that prevents the private sector from coming in? What are some of the things you think you can recommend? Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that it's important that we also educate our public for people to have an understanding of the issues on the ground. We need to be honest with the people to be able to understand that indeed there's a limit to where government can go, and these projects need to be delivered. In delivering these projects, they span over time. They span over a long period of time where one government will move and another would also come in. So if we're able to also educate the public to be able to have the public buy-in in terms of, for example, if we have to institute tolling on our roads in order to be able to get enough revenue, the stakeholder engagement, speaking to
I hope you realize tolling is political too.
I know tolling is political. It all comes back to issues of the politics. Okay. But gradually, we need to be able to get the people to also understand. And I think that politicians also need to be able to they need to be honest with the people to let them understand how to manage the expectations overall. Because there's really no other way to get this done. Government cannot do it all.
Okay, so Eva, you have the last question, and it's a difficult one, so I'm going to put it in a way that you can answer yes or no, depending on. So essentially, another recommendation has been made earlier about the past directors, past chief executives, etc., coming together to see the suggestions they can make with experience from the past, and then I will be returning to that point. But from where you sit, having been with the Ministry of Finance for so long, do you think it is possible to bring together all directors, all chief directors, especially all directors of part directors of budget, come together and come up with some suggestions this year to prevent politicians from making promises on roads that they cannot deliver, since you know we have $96 billion, the cities we cannot pay, or more so, come up with a criteria on what it should take for a road to be in the manifesto, because otherwise they are going to create problems for you from 2025 onwards. Is it a yes or no, or a comment, or a response?
My short answer is a yes. And that already is in progress.
Okay.
Chief Director and Director Highways, we have had conversations. We are even going beyond the roads ministry. We are going to have a discussion around infrastructure development in the country, because prioritization, I mean, when you sit at the ministry, you have the railway ministry come and saying they are crisscrossing the country and they are cutting through roads, and same with works and housing. So there's a need for a conversation around infrastructure delivery in Ghana and its financing and how we deliver it and prioritization. I represent the Ministry of Finance. Our job is to manage public finance effectively and efficiently so that we can facilitate economic development, grow the economy, and improve the lives of the people. We are supposed to deploy systems, ensure that we manage public finance effectively. The systems that we have currently are not robust enough. It does not give us enough strength to prioritize. It doesn't give us capacity to manage the contracts we sign, to have visibility on commitments, and we need to address those. Various attempts have been made in the past, and GIFMIS was one of those. Issuance of commencement certificates is one of those. Ensuring that we make provision for arrears, we pay down our arrears so we don't have a pile up and undermine the whole financial institutions is something that we are concerned about, because it affects economic development. What we will assure you, leaving here, is that we will improve on the system that we have. We'll improve on the frameworks that we have, and we'll count on you to help us in developing those frameworks. And that we'll do the best we can, as always. Thank you very much.
So thank you. But now, before I invite Abbas in, there are a few things which may be added to the notes of rapporteurs. One has to do with the inordinate delay in payments. It's been talked about over and over. It adds to the cost, especially when the cost is dollarized. I mean, if it is CD, Ghanaian contractors generally are not collecting their arrears, but if they start collecting the arrears payment, it's going to be even much worse for us. The issue as to how we can make all the things we have put in place work. I talked about GIFMIS earlier, PFMA, LI 2411. The systems are all there. How do we ensure it works? And I believe when we have core technical discussions, as Dr. Abedi suggested, probably we may be able to come up with practical suggestions on this. Now, shelter, there is an issue he talked about regarding Lordina's comment on the 380 million. I think the two of you were talking from two different angles. Yes, the 380 million was in the public domain, and Lordina is right. So it is the government's contribution for the phase one of the PPP project. And I think you were speaking from a different angle from what she was speaking. So I think just for the purposes of the records. Then I had this conversation with NDPC not long ago, and I will highly recommend that the GHA and MRC takes that into consideration. That discussion had to do with how do you ensure that a national agenda becomes a political agenda. Currently, when NDPC is putting their plans together, what happens is they call the political parties to make inputs. The assumption is that they will take these inputs into account when they come into power. Probably the way to look at it is that if the technocrats suggest a program or projects and they put together infrastructure plan, or let's say a road strategy, it should rather be passed on to the politicians to factor into account in the manifesto, not asking them to make input, stakeholder input. So you have a technical plan that goes to them. And if these things are also passed on to the media, then if a manifesto comes or a promise is made, the media can be questioning you Have you checked what GHA is saying is their strategy, etc.? Of course, it will require some bold chief executives to be able to do that, and that goes to NDPC as well. But I'm a private sector person. I'm making my recommendation. I noticed I did not see anybody here from the AG's office. It's worth talking about the fact that at times the cost is also bloated by either termination or disputes and the way the disputes are handled. I think there is one area that between the ministry or the road sector in this the next 50 years, harmonization needs to be had between the two entities. And lastly, I don't see Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund here, and I go back to Honorable Kweku Kwati. And I must say I'm highly pleased to hear you are now the economic desk, because I've always made the argument that I think we need either a standing or a select committee in Parliament on the economy as separate from finance. So this is in respect of the GIFT Act. If you look at the GIFT Act as structured, there's a series of flow under Section 5, which is to go into the GIFT Act. For various reasons, it has not been going. So we have approximately 300, which is still being leveraged, etc. And if you look at the GIFT structure under the investment plan, a 15%, as it were, investment portfolio should go into infrastructure. But what they have done, even though they are now doing roads, is far, far less than the portfolio percentage. And I think it's one area we can close the gap without bloating public sector. I have one more recommendation, two more, and I'll conclude. One has to do with the whole idea about creating as it were, a funding structure that ring fences certain funds. That is strictly without it being leveraged. Because otherwise, we've had road fund before and all the rest. At the end of the day, if we leverage those funds against some borrowing, then really we are not going anywhere. Lastly, I hope the Chief Director will make a comment on this when he comes. It's a very controversial one. I've been making this statement since 1998, and I will repeat it. And luckily, the Chief Directors and the Chief Executives are all here. It has to do with when MRH will actually make GHA, since we are looking at the next 50 years, GHA as set out under Act 540 or its new act. What do I mean by that? So far as I'm concerned, it is GHA's duty to sign contracts under its board, and GHA should not be acting as engineer. I have spoken to every single chief director on this since 1998. Somehow, it doesn't happen. Now, why is that important? It's very important because countries which have solved this problem, what they do is that the authority is able to, as it were, create title over its corridors, and those titles can be leveraged. Now, why this must be important to the Ministry of Finance is that when they take it off, we tend to fund projects as if we are only funding assets. We are funding liabilities. If they take it off government books and it is quote and unquote GHA properly, and GHA is the contracting entity and not the engineer, and MRH can be the policy maker, to solve the problem, probably MRH can give itself a no objection role. I think GHA for the next 50 years ought to be made an authority that can itself go out there, borrow money on its own steam, and be able to deliver projects without making liability for government. Thank you very much at this stage. Thank you for participation. Over to you, Dr. Abbas. Yes, let's put our hands together for the panel again as we invite Abbas to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you, Lawyer Fosudote. My duty is trying to give some closing remarks, but I've just been gagged. And so I have to be measured before. But I think that this has been a very, 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 very lively and lovely discussion. I think we need to give a clap to all of us. The point has been made clear that maybe this is a very, very short session and we'll have needed a much longer duration so that we can even go into syndicate groups so that we could do a lot more. I think, well, Chief Executive GHA, I think it's something. We still have 2 more sessions. So maybe it's something that we can look at because the financing gap is a major, major, major issue. The last question that Lawyer Fosu-Dote posed, I think that in a way it's been taken care of in the new act that is coming up. I think if you look at Ghana Airports Company Limited, or is it Ghana Airport? Yes. I mean, some of the models that they use to get Terminal 3 going, I think it's important that we could take a lot of those things out from government books and look at other means. So maybe it's something that definitely that we have to look at. The gap, I think we tried to set up that gap. It's just that it looked like it got messed up. We have some figures to that gap. We also do know that the reality is that we can't get that. We had also indicated what the gap is as far as the maintenance of our network is concerned, and given the way the network expands. So we had given some indication of the gap. But sometimes when the figures are big, we normally will want to say that, well, that is not too clear. We do know and we do agree that fairly from the budgetary allocations, we cannot keep pace with the works that we are doing. And we do know that it's critical to prioritize. And I think that each of the agencies and the ministry actually have systems in place in terms of prioritization. And I think generally sometimes it's Honorable Kweku Kwatin's, not he as a person, but maybe not Honorable Kweku Kwatin, Honorable Abuaji's group. They come in with demands that they don't even allow the minister to sleep. They come in, and before you get to your office, they are there. This bridge must be constructed. This has to be done. I had made a promise. And I think that what is coming out from here is that we need to tone down the expectations because we don't have the budget. And so that, for me, is critical. It's part of the things that we'll take away. How to tone down the expectations and agree that not every road has to be gravel. Maybe some roads just need grading, and we'll leave it. Maybe some roads just need some bridges and filling the approaches. And for now, we can do that incremental. What we have to take from here is that in the urban areas, there are communities that we can easily take off from our budgets. If we come together with the assemblies, organize them, let them maybe not vote, but have some ways of taking care of their own infrastructure requirements. But then government agrees with them. What are the take-offs that they can also get? What are some of the benefits that they can get from that? Some of the real estate developers are already doing that. You go to Rigimanuel, they take care of their own internal. Chadu, very affluent community. East Legon, cantonments. Do we need to continue doing that? Maybe not. Together they can come to and then do something. So again, that is a major takeaway from this. Our cost per kilometer is not that huge. I think our cost per kilometer is comparable to other costs per kilometer in other African countries. Engineer Ashon, with your permission, I remember you did a paper some time ago on this. And it was very clear that our cost per kilometer in Ghana is very competitive. Our challenges on our costing has been what Engineer Fosu-Dote did say. Right-of-way issues, we are paying compensation. A property comes up, you are paying 300,000 before you realize the lawyers come in. Sorry. The lawyers come in, the valuers come in. I remember just going a bit, a valuer came to me when I was in Urban Roads, a junior officer. And then those days, we thought that the cost of valuation should be taken off. So if you value the thing as 100 cedis, then if the valuer's fee was about, I think, is it 5% or 15%, then the 15% should come out from the 100 cedis so that you pay your client 75. Then we got this well-bound document that said, no, it should be added on. So I remember Mr. Chumesi, he said, how did they do this particular assessment? And it's 2 million. And the various fees, 15% of that. What is his input into this assignment? But those are some of the things that unnecessarily increase our cost. There's a contention, various professionals up there. I'm not saying they're not doing a good job, but the amount that we are charging on top of the valuation figures, 15% for valuers, I think the lawyers take the lawyers take 15. So if you get a figure, 30% goes to them. Prioritization is still important because, one, it helps us with the issues of the interest on delayed payment. And Chief Director Iba did make it clear. If you go back to our books now, sometimes 30% of our outstanding payments, sometimes 40%, all goes to interest on delayed payment. We've made attempts. We've changed the payment duration from 91 days to almost 181 days or something. But it's still the same thing, because it will still come back to the fact that we need to prioritize. We need to prioritize on that. There should be discipline. If we can tone down that expectation, I do believe that it will help. PPPs come in handy. But again, it's good that we are not changing that cycle, because we work to political leaders. A PPP project from inception to consummation sometimes can go 7 years, 8 years, and so on. So your political leader says, if you are going PPP, take your budget and go and do it. Because the road is important, but your PPP process has taken so long. Thank God, it looks like there are ways and means of bringing that duration down. And PPPs gives us one of the best options. We need to prepare our projects properly. Look at the traffic demands, because that traffic demand modeling is something that we are not doing too well. Because I've always, when we were doing Accra to my motorway, we all did agree that there's some traffic that had not been captured well in terms of the modeling. And assuming that you open up the motorway, just imagine all that traffic that will come from Ajay, Kojo areas and so on and so forth. Ajirigano, if they see that area as a better option, they'll go in. But that modeling is something that we are not doing well. If we're able to help the private sector with that, or they come in and can show those models, I believe that we are doing Accra to my motorway now. With that model, we can easily do Accra Kumasi, and we can do Accra Cape Coast. Minister of Finance is leading some discussions, and I think the Minister of Finance did say that looking at issues of growth pools, Accra Kumasi, he has been constructing all the past 20-something years, but we've been constructing sections of that road. It's not the entire. We've been doing sections. So it's a Accra Kumasi kilometer 5 plus 00 to 50 plus something. And that has been, we did Kwafu Kruma Pejua, 207. I think we are just about finishing. A distance of less than 50 kilometers. Is it? 31 kilometers. Since 2007. So again, you have it on your books and the costing goes up. So we are grateful for this. Sheila is online. I do agree that we have some bureaucracies, but I think that we are working hard to try and then address them. And it's all to do with the issue of transparency. I do believe that we've set up the systems. There's no agency here, urban roads, feeder roads, or highways, that don't have a plan. What we need is an integrated plan. And what do I agree that the roads don't stand alone. We need to have a plan that has something to do with railways, that has something to do with aviation, that has something to do with water. Before I take my seat, those days when we did the structure plan for Accra in 1992, there was a place in Amasaman that had a train station, and that was supposed to be an intermodal point, where from the train you have a lorry station, and then you could move on. And that was in the structure plan. Today, go back and look for where that intermodal location is. I believe that you go there today, it's full of high-rise buildings and so on and so forth. You see? We had a major terminal at Achimota, built fantastic, did so well, and we're using that to support BRT in Accra. You go behind now, major development, they've taken over. There's the ability to enforce that, the ability to enforce those intermodal points. It looks like we are losing it. But I do believe that some of these discussions helps us. We need to look at urban transportation, BRTs, and so on and so forth. There are ways and means of giving us equity as far as transportation is concerned. And His Excellency, the Vice President, did say that. So that even into the central business district, if it's not a high occupancy vehicle, you don't come into it. But if you are doing that, do you have other options? Do you have other moves that can bring you inside? Maybe those are things that we will have to look at. We are very grateful for this opportunity. We'll look to see that we can have a much longer session. The GHA is looking at 2 other seminars, one in Kumasi and potentially one in Tamale. So we'll see how best we can do this together. Thank you so much. We are grateful.
Thank you, Chief Director. I understand Bernard had to leave, and I have the honor to call the PRO of the ministry. Ahmed is here. Am I getting the right name? Alaji, yes, to come and give us a closing prayer. Yes. So, thank you all for coming. Closing prayer.
Thank you very much. May we bow down our heads for prayers. Ya Allah, that prophet has said, Man jadda wa jadda, whosoever strive shall surely attain. So we are here to striving to close the financing gap in road infrastructure in Ghana. And we beseech thee to take command of these efforts and help us to attain the purpose for which we've gathered here, so that at the end of the day, we'll have more money to construct more road for the good people of Ghana. Rabbana, Atina, Fidunia, Hasanatan, Wafil Akhirati, Hasanatan, Wakina, Azabanar. Amen. So, announcements. I believe that lunch coupons have been served. Lunch is served on the 3rd floor, I believe. So with your coupon, you can get to the 3rd floor and have lunch. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.